Abra. Whoa. I feel really bad saying Blitz. You donated those bits and you couldn't see them hit me. I'm really sorry. How are you all doing today? Actually, let's see. 90. 90 is 10 for one thing. 1 second.
But
Excuse me. I had Dr. Pepper. 1 sec. There we go. There we go. At least I can freely I can freely throw things at myself. Alrighty. I hope we're having a good time today, this Monday. Hope we're having a good Monday. I know most people don't like them. I do like Mondays. 1, because they're my days off. 2, because we have Zelda. But today we don't have Zelda. Next week we might have Zelda. But not today. I want Zelda. But the point is, I hope you're having a wonderful Monday so far. I'm hoping we will have a good time today. And I don't know if anyone noticed, but I put a new song in our little background here. It's not any of my custom songs. It's another part of the Stream Beats Lo-Fi, but it's from their little Christmassy part. So, yeah. Farming Christmas stuff in an FGO. It's a nice Monday since I'm off until January 4th. Hell yeah. Yeah, I hope you're having a good Monday too, Maverick. There we go. Alrighty. Now, I am ready to get back into some Necrobarista. Whoa. What the hell? Hold on just a cotton pickin' minute. That Magikarp came out scuffed. Hold on, I'm gonna throw things at myself. Some of my assets are fucky. I see. Okay. Good to know. Some of my assets are fucky. Alrighty, 1 cotton pickin' minute. I'm gonna have to mess with that. I will be right back. Alrighty. We're back and we've made it work. I am sorry that that happened. We have fixed it. Let me just test it out. Ah. Ow. Ow. Okay. Alright. Just gonna fucking... Yeah, we're fixed. Yeah, we're fixed. Alright. We return. Now I can have this here. Now we can return to Necrobarista. So we're gonna just put this over here. I'm actually gonna put this over here. So last time we were on Necrobarista, I don't even think there's a we. It really just seems like we're watching the story of people in a cafe that happens to also serve the living alongside the dead. It seems to borrow some visual tonal tropes from anime. It's apparently we have to they're paying off a debt in term with time instead of money. A lot of weird things. I don't understand what's going on. But I'm really excited, as you can tell from my eyes. There we go. Okay. So, now that we've established all this, we will continue. Thank God I can play with my controller. Other than that, it's got a really cute charm to it. And honestly, I'm glad that I'm playing this game right now because I also have some chicken. And a game that plays itself is great right now. So... Oh, yum. Look at you, turning into a responsible human being. Yeah, they have these moments also where you're reading a lot of side stories. And I feel like the side stories build the characters more than the story itself. Which is very weird. Either way. We've got Ashley here. She makes little weird robots. Like this one. He's made with a milk jug. We got Keyshawn here, who is a recently dead person. He's usually not as angry as he looks here. I don't know why they made him look so angry. We have an upstairs here. Nobody's up there. And then we have the barista herself. Maggie? Maggie? Is her name Maggie? I think it's Maddie. It's Maddie. We're just gonna continue. And they made her look way too happy here, considering how she is. Let us continue, though. Right here. Yum. Yum, yum. Day 2. You right? Yeah, I guess. Cool. Mind if I join you? Go for it. Dury? Huh? You want a Dury? I'm sorry, Dury. Coffin nail. Cigarette. You want to smoke or nah? Oh, right, of course, yeah, sure. Sorry, it's been a weird day. Alright. Did I just go back? How'd I do that? Thanks. No worries. Okay, I can't say this game plays itself, actually. You have to press A, because it doesn't auto-progress. Where are you from, then? Huh? You're the first to ask. I live in Collingwood. Where else can you find an active nightlife scene and amid active factories, shoes, and apartments built all during the 1800s? Oh yeah? Whereabouts? Smith Street. A bit pricey up there these days, isn't it? Bet you like your Avo toast. Huh. Piss off. I got housemates. Well, nah, I know what you mean. A bit odd, being dead and all that. Takes some getting used to. Ned certainly knows what it's like to get used to being dead. People keep saying that, but it doesn't make me feel any better. I understand. Do you? I reckon as much as anyone can, yeah. Right. Hey, what's Avo toast actually taste like? Huh? I've never had it. Can't you go out and just eat some? I mean, Avo toast isn't on that menu. I'm sure Maddie could whip it up if you asked. Avocados are a highly malevolent fruit. Don't trust them one bit. Plus, I've got this whole situation. Oh, so that's what the straw was for. You got it. So, what does it taste like? I don't know, like avocado and toasted bread. Avocado is kind of cold and mushy, but it's got a good taste. Like peas? Definitely better than mushy peas. Love me a bowl of peas, mate. One famous Australian outlaw requested peas and a bottle of wine for his last meal before he was hanged. What, because they're the only thing you can eat through a straw? Watch yourself. Gonna zap me with your death council powers? First off, it's the Council of Death, not a death council. They're totally different things. Secondly, do you really think that's what we do? Walk around shooting lightning out of our fingers? Well, when you put it like that, it sounds a bit silly, yeah. We don't do anything like that. We just keep things running smoothly is all. Ooh. Harassing cafe owners to settle their time debt isn't something we like to do often. So you just keep the peace? As fucking ironic as that sounds, yeah, Ned keeps the peace. Dude, I know. Want another? Sure. Avo toast was on the menu. It was? I didn't see it. I saw toast. I didn't see avo toast. I've never had avocado toast. Avocados, like, the price for how long they last is criminal. Like, as soon as you open them, the timer starts, and they're brown within an hour. I love the sunrises here. They're alright. You watching many sunrises, Ned? Not enough, no. Even semi-immortals need their sleep. Liminal space tends to draw liminal people. There are ways to keep it from browning. I just don't buy them. I just like to sit here and watch it. Even when it's cloudy or raining, there's just something about watching the sunrise that makes it easier to deal with the coming day. Feeling optimistic all of a sudden. No, I still feel like shit. Huh. How about you, Kishan? Kishan? I don't feel great. I have a green outline. Still having a bit of trouble, You guys, I'm dead. And we've only got a couple hours left before I have to go, and I don't think anyone here really properly understands what it's like to see your last sunrise ever without any idea of what comes next, and that is really fucking terrifying. And I'm never gonna see my friends or my boyfriend or my family again. I'm just gonna pass on, and I'll never know how they'll remember me, or mourn me, or if I'm even gonna be remembered as a good dude who tried his best, or if I'll just be forgotten in a year. But that good dude who tried his best couldn't even win a friggin' game of five-finger fillet in the basement of a cafe that basically sits on the banks of the Styx as far as I can tell, and God, I can't even tell if that matters. Were the stakes low? High? I can't tell. I'm so disoriented, and I'm trying so desperately to feel something, but all I feel is that I'm slipping away with every second. I'm losing myself by degrees, and that's incredibly scary, and I don't know how to deal with it. Yeah, fair cop. I actually came out to apologize for that. The game. Oh, for God's sakes, Maddie, have you been gambling again? Can it, Ned? Keyshawn, I shouldn't have taken that time from you. You took it fair and square. I don't feel like I did, so I'm giving it back. Believe me, I'm as surprised as you are. I don't usually do this. What's different this time? That's my business. I can't believe you're still swindling people out of hours to try to fix your debt. Dude, I know. It's bloody and dignified, and it's clear violation of the rules. I will banish you right now, my man. I thought you'd stop pulling that crap once you took ownership of the cafe from Shay. You really think doing this is gonna help you pay this debt? Yes, absolutely. And if you've got any bright ideas on how to do it otherwise, I am all ears. I should have never granted you and Shay those licenses to practice. The actions of reckless necromancers make a pretty good case for the importance of occupational licensing. You obviously failed to be responsible with them. You really think we wouldn't be doing it if we didn't have the licenses, Bushman? Given your history, the hypocrisy on display here is astounding. That's all behind me and you know it. I've been working on doing some good for the last 100 years. With the council? Really? Yes, we maintain the balance. You know why that's important. Sure do. I don't need you moralizing at me with your ivory tower. Give it a rest, guys. But I'm pulling the last day on Earth card. Quit it. I'll be inside. Come find me when you want those hours back, Keyshawn. For what it's worth, I'm sorry about all of this. I've never been to the other side. I was too afraid to leave. Walked the land for decades, evading the council. That's a crime they call revency, staying too long, upsetting the balance. But in lieu of booting me straight to the next place or some sort of eternal punishment, the council offered me a job. Ned may have forgotten some of the sins of his past, but he's pretty sure he wouldn't be going to heaven. Sorry, that's all stuff you don't care about, I suppose. It's interesting enough. Nah, I'm just filling up empty air. You should head inside and grab those hours back. Truth be told, I'm not feeling especially fond of Maddie right now. She might have been dishonest with you, but even I can tell she's at the end of her rope. You might not be able to see it yet, but I think the people in there are fond of you. You think so? Maddie wouldn't have offered the hours back if there wasn't something different about you. Plus, that kid Ashley seems to like you, yeah? I guess. She kinda just dragged me off and got me to hold screwdrivers for her. Trust me, she thinks you're great. Go on, go inside and say hi. I've got some business to go stick my nose into anyway. Alright, catch you in a bit. I've got some questions about the council. The game has really nice animation when it chooses to have it. Of course, I won't be out for long. Later, mate. And then it just kind of has these transitions where it's just like, and now we're somewhere else. Could be a little bit smoother, but hey. Yo. Do you want those hours back? I guess so. It's only 4 hours. I don't think it'll make much difference. If it's okay, I'd prefer that you have them. Ashley's been enjoying having you around. Just Ashley? And me, too, I guess. You seem pretty reluctant to admit that, my dude. Almost like a comic book or something. Yeah. Don't psychoanalyze me. Sit still for a minute. Alright, lay your hand on mine and place your index finger on my wrist. Is it a part of the ritual or just an excuse to hold hands? Shut up. Thanks. Watch carefully, and no matter what you do, don't move your hand. There's usually a binding spell I use to make sure that doesn't happen, but I've run out of the regents required, and you probably don't care about that. True. Alright, yep. I give this time freely and without coercion. As above, so below, I maintain the balance. Ow. I maintain the balance. That's it. How do you feel? I actually feel better. I feel less itchy. Yeah, we weren't kidding about that yesterday. As you linger, you begin to upset the balance, and as I understand, it doesn't feel good. Right, yeah. Why does Ned get to stick around then? Does he just ignore it? The Council are a special case. They're more similar to demigods or demons than they are to us. It's fascinating. Tell me about it. I'd have joined ages ago, but they're uptight dicks. They don't seem so bad to me. That's because you've not run into any of their ridiculous rules. Bunch of bloody regulations on manipulating life force and certain standards on the treatment of spirits. There's got to be a more inclusive term than human rights for all of the not quite human entities that are floating around. Is that what you gave me the hours back because Ned realized you broke the rules? No, that was all within the guidelines, despite his blustering. I gave them back because I felt bad. That's all. Oh, neat, so you pity me. I love that. I'm actually really into it. No, dude, it's not like that at all. Nah, you don't need to clarify. I get it. Seriously. Last day on Earth. Moving on. Ow. Fine, sure. I'm sorry. Sorry. I gotta serve this customer. I'll help. Really? It's probably not a two-person job. Sometimes two people working on a task will be less efficient than one. Sometimes Keyshawn doesn't care. Yep. Come on. Ah. Day 2, 6 p.m. Hugh, anything else that needs doing? Nah, I'm gonna take this tray of glasses into the kitchen. You can go chill for a bit. I'll take them. You need a break? Sure. Where's the kitchen? That way. You'll find it eventually. Cool, back in a minute. Okay, that's what I mean. The transition is really bad. There's no, like, fade.
Your pawns are nothing compared to the raw power of my castles. Nothing.
Rook and Castle both offer protection for the defending team, but Rook seems to be more powerful. Yeah? What's this then?
Ah! My castle! Brought low by my own hubris!
No, it was just a pawn. And maybe a little bit of hubris. When Shay sees Ashley thriving, it's hard for him to feel like he's doing the wrong thing. Maybe that makes him overconfident. Maybe it makes him just the right of confident.
Bishop! Knight!
Oh, that's him.
Ah!
Your other castle and check.
Check, you say?
Oh, I didn't think of that.
You activated my trap card! Oh, hey, Maddie, come check this out. I tricked him into a false sense of security.
Oh man, that's embarrassing. You seriously let her outmaneuver you that hard? Yes, I'm very ashamed. I suppose the real hubris was inside me all along.
I friggin' love winning. You should try doing this more often.
A chance win at chess. Could grow into a big winning streak, you know?
You want to play something with us?
I should really head back down to the bar. There's nobody there. Come on, take a load off. If anyone really needs you, they'll know where to find you. How about I grab us all a drink? Make sure there's nobody waiting down there. Then we play. Then we play something. It won't be 5 minutes.
You're actually gonna come back this time? You never come back.
I'll come back. Promise. Why don't you pick out a game while I'm gone? Let's find something, Ashley. What do you feel like playing today?
Something with lots of dice.
The past tense of die is died. The plural of die is dice. Dice it is. We'll see you in a minute, Maddie. We won't see me in a minute, will we? Or her in a minute. Oh, we did. This is Dungeons and Dragons. Of course, when I have a mouthful of chicken.
And that's why the 4th season of Battle Royale was an absolute betrayal.
But you still want to be on it one day?
Well, yeah. Unless an indie circuit opens up.
Like in wrestling?
Exactly like in wrestling. Melbourne's got a local show. I want something like that.
You could probably put your own local league together if you worked really hard. Perhaps you could build the robots and get people to battle them?
Human-controlled bots are boring, though. I want to get more of that spirit juice and put together a bigger Ashling.
Veteran necromancers will advise that spirit juice is not something to play around with. Masters know that playing around is the best way to learn. Oh yeah, she uses spirit juice to make her robots like alive. She puts the spirit of things into tiny robots. How big?
I think I'll start with at car size, then move on to a more of a bus-adjacent form factor.
I'm not sure we have enough to power one of those. You'd have to get Maddie to source you a large amount of it. We'd need liters of it at least.
That'd be super cool. Didn't you say it was illegal, though?
Well, technically. What Ned doesn't know won't hurt him. He'd lose his head if he knew half the things we were doing around here. I don't know, he seems fairly lenient with you, right? He wasn't always like that. A long time before you turned up, he nearly shut me down because Would you believe it's because I sheltered a criminal? Ned nearly shut you down because of that? Am I thinking of the same criminal you are? Trust me, the irony was apparent. I found it very, very funny.
What sort of criminal were they?
Just a minor demon on the run. Most demons aren't lucky enough to find someone as welcome as
Maverick, why?
Thanks for the 1,000 biddies. You guys really love this thing, don't you? Most demons aren't lucky enough to find someone as welcoming as Shay, especially the ones that haven't had Sick fox? Are you sick? Especially the ones that haven't had a chance to make a name for themselves. Are you sick, Crazy Fox? Oh no. Oh, excuse me. I've been having Dr. Pepper, so like I haven't had Dr. Pepper in like about a month. So oh. I don't know what she did to get a price on her head. I just took her in when she stumbled through the door, dripping blood everywhere. That's metal. It was extremely metal.
How long did you manage to hide her for?
Oh, not too long. Maybe 6 weeks. The time flew by, if I'm being honest.
What's that? Was she from the clock realm?
No, nothing like that. Bad Indian food. Oh, that sucks. See, I've never had like legit Indian food. I've only ever made like butter chicken on my own. So I don't know how like crazy it can be, and God knows when I'll ever actually be able to have Indian food because Jester doesn't like Indian food. No, yeah, get better soon. If you are feeling nauseous, unflavored sparkling water definitely works, or ginger ale. Definitely don't want to have anything too crazy. That's when I usually suggest miso rice. Miso rice is like so good when you're on like a sore stomach, but you need to eat. We bonded.
Magically? How'd you do that? I thought I heard you telling Maddie that switching was impossible between beings on this plane.
No, not magically. We were... lovers.
Ew! Yuck! Ew!
Happier days. I love hearing about when you were young and reckless. Gosh, what do you think I am now, huh? Old and boring?
Definitely old.
Despite myself, I must say you're definitely not boring. There's a patented Maddie charm. Well, you know me, I'm full of them. Oh yeah, charms, hexes, curses. That's all on your account. That's all on your old... I can't read. That's all on your account, old man. I won't deny it. Hey, Maddie? Hey, dude, having trouble finding the kitchen? Yeah, I couldn't. Checked everywhere. It's just behind the bar, man. You can't miss it. I told you, I checked everywhere. Nah, you're not catching my drift. It's just behind the bar. You can't miss it. Have another look. It'll be there this time. Sometimes you gotta remind the quantum hallways that they exist. Fine. How long are we going to keep him here, Maddie?
Ooh, are we keeping him?
No, we're not keeping him. I'm going to let him stay as long as he wants. He'll leave on his own accord at some point. You feel sorry for him? Weirdly, yes. I don't usually get attached to customers, but he's a good dude.
I like him.
Nah. You do like him because he's nice. Do you like him because he's nice? Or because he was good at passing your tools over?
Yes.
Don't get too attached. He's not going to be here forever.
Well, duh, I know how it works. I'm going to enjoy having him around, just like you taught me. Don't cry because it's over. Smile because it happened.
Ashley, that's from the motivational calendar I threw out last week. I never said that.
Same. I'm used to people moving on is the point. I can deal with it.
Good. 15 minutes later. There's definitely people down there. I can hear it. Oh.
Fuck!
Okay. You gonna keep staring at the coffee stand or nah? Yes. Okay, whatever. What do you want from the conversation? I'm an open book as far as matters of life and death are concerned.
Yeah!
Whoa!
The bread is here!
Ah! Maverick Artist, thanks for the sub.
What a waste.
Yeah. I don't want to go. I know you probably heard this from, I don't know, 1,000 or whatever. Given the amount of traffic the terminal gets and how long it's open, 1,000 people is a pretty low estimate. It's not about staying around for people or wanting to go back to my old life. As wonderful and not stressful as that sounds, like, I'm not afraid of what lies on the other side. I don't think there's any point to worrying about it until I'm there. I just don't think I've spent enough time here. The cafe? No. All this. I guess you'd call it this plane? Roughly speaking, I suppose so. I want to know what you did to be able to stay. Sure. Did Maddie give you those hours back? Yeah, why? Well, that's a way. You can just find enough hours to stay here. You can just find enough hours to stay as a spirit, half here, half gone. But it's a wretched existence. I wouldn't want to live like that. How did you find the hours, though? There's only so many you can get from consenting beings, right? The crappy psychology of gambling aside, you're right, yes. So the question is, how do you do that? How do you create life from nothing? The answer is you can't, Kishan. It's impossible. There's always got to be some sort of balance maintained. Everyone who learns to manipulate the fundamental life forces understands that no matter whether they're doing good or bad things with their skills. Here's the thing, though. You don't need both parties to agree. It's just a social nicety. Something that separates us from, well, people who don't do that. That's where the idea of vampires came from, for example. Those bastards. They're not special or anything. They're just dickheads. Anyway, if you can take life force from people, you can also drain it from plants or animals. But in this business, there's a lot we don't or can't understand. One of the things we can't understand is why life force from animals and plants is tainted. It feels gross. If it didn't, everyone would take it. Consequences be damned. How were you feeling today, before Maddie took the hours back? I felt like I was slipping away, like my mind was really foggy. It's scary to run when it's foggy. You don't know what you might be running toward. It was really hard to think or put sentences together. Nobody really noticed, though. Typical. Imagine that, but 10 times worse. You're foggy, but there's also something fundamentally wrong. Like you're a collection of puzzle pieces that don't quite fit together. Like an engine that's running out of oil. Sounds horrifying, right? So, should I do it? Probably not. How would I stay otherwise? Well, you could always go on the lam. Just run for it. But you'd catch me. Not me personally, but yes, the council would, eventually. And that's it? That's my only option? Perhaps. Depends on how you feel about bonding your soul for eternity to a fundamentally neutral arbiter of justice. I have no strong feelings about it one way or another. Smartass. Heh. Would you regret it if you stayed here forever instead of moving on? I don't know, I guess that'd be up to me, right? How do you mean? In the end, how I feel about taking a big branch of my life is just a matter of how I frame it. I can focus on what I'd regret, sure, but it's not a useful way to spend my time. If I focus on the future, on everything that's in the possibility space, instead of outside of it, it's probably better for me, yeah? Sure. You don't sound convinced. I'm just ambivalent on it. I try not to think about anything too hard these days. But if you're willing to accept eternal bondage with the council, I can keep you here. It's not easy work, though. You have to act in the best interest of the system, not its individual parts. Bureaucracy at its finest. How did you learn to deal with it? Just took some time. When you're used to it, you learn not to think too hard about what you're doing. As long as you take a holistic view of everything, things generally shake out all right. We tend to only bother the biggest rule breakers anyway. Maddie being one of them? Habitually. She wouldn't be getting so much leeway if it weren't for Shay. I don't understand that guy. He's nice, we've chatted a bit. But what makes him so special? He's provided services in the past. I can count on one hand the number of people who know as much about the manipulation of life force as he does. He's been researching it for over 100 years. A lot has changed since the days when Shay was a young man. No way, he's that old? He looks like 60, max. Yup, much older than that. Wild. We're getting sidetracked, though. How do you feel about joining the council? I don't hand out offers willy-nilly, you know. I'm interested, but can I have some time to think about it? How much time do you have? You've been out for nearly 25 hours. You're overdue. Put it on Maddie's tab. Huh. Okay. I assume you're not going to stick around forever. Unlikely if the next few hours are anything like how I felt this morning. I'll stick around until you have a solid answer then. Cool. Want to get drunk? We're already drinking, mate. Nah, Shay told me about something pretty special he's got behind the bar. Unless it's something really special, he's probably offered me some. And even then. So you've tried the bottled soul? You pulling my leg? Nope. You've got to be mistaken. You haven't seen it in person, have you? Yeah, I actually have seen it. That's quite illegal. I expected better from him. Damn it. So are we going to drink it or nah? Council regulations require me to confiscate it or force the owner to dispose of it? Ned doesn't steal anymore, he just sees his assets. It's a completely different thing. We'd be doing him a favor then. I suppose. Come on, dude. Shay said it'd knock you flat. When you say you, do you mean me or you? Or just anyone who drinks it? Anyone. It's like 200% alcohol or something. That's not technically possible, but I'll admit my interest is piqued. Well, let's not waste any time. I stole that shit. Damn it. This was a setup, wasn't it? Basically. You in? Fine. Oh, this looks deadly. Good thing people can't get alcohol poisoning. To bureaucracy. Huh. To bureaucracy. No. Your orders arrived. 3 days late, mate. I got held up by a mutual acquaintance of ours. Oh, shit. That explains why he's in my hair. I'll be there in half an hour. Alrighty, let's chapter this.
The catabasis is considered to be a virtual part of the hero's narrative. Every hero goes to hell at some point. And in the stories, they usually come back, which is the bit that seems weird to me. I don't think that's how it works in real life. The cafe has a bunch of heroes come through, claiming that they were going to conquer hell and come back. They never returned as far as I saw. The kind of catabasis in that, in the grand scheme of things, hell or the underworld or Hades or whatever you want to call it. Anyway, it's on the outside of wherever we are. Like we're trapped inside the sphere and we leave it to go to hell. Did the ancient Greeks ever consider that maybe we've been on the outside the whole time just waiting to get in? Maybe they did. Matter of perspective. I guess I'll ask sometime if I ever meet one. But perhaps we're just waiting our entire lives for this. To pass through the firmament to the next place. To be driftwood that washes up on the shore of whatever the next place actually is. Seems weird, but maybe that's where we're naturally meant to be. I'm thinking it's possible that this world isn't some sort of proving ground or anything. Maybe it's just a waiting room. A beautiful, flawed, complex waiting room. Personally, I don't think there's anything like heaven or hell waiting for us. No judgment either. The world doesn't ever operate in binaries or absolutes. That's just flawed human thinking projected onto things that are much, much more complex than they can ever perceive. And I don't think that's waiting on the other side is even something we can I don't think that what's waiting on the I can't read on the other side is even something we can conceptualize. I bet it's cool. It's a shame that it's a one-way trip, though.
Yeah? Yeah, little robos? Okay. What is death? I don't blame you. Maybe one day soon I'll be able to stop blaming myself too. You can now speak to Tuan and Hana to experience a side story, walking to the sky. Why would I want to play the side story of a character that I don't know yet? Where am I? Definitely behind the cafe. Tea and transient. Well, there they are up there. Perfectionist. Ashley's Inventions 1. You have to like look around everything and see if you can find something. Oh. but I can't go any further. Weird. There's gotta be something there. Am I stuck? Yeah, funeral. Okay, can't go past that. It's like everything could potentially be something. I hope that made sense. Beth, too. Okay. One of the side stories opens the door, and it's usually the one that's closest to it, because I can't get in. So let me see. Let's read all the other stuff before. I don't think there's any more for the fisherman. Perfectionist. Maddie studied the gentleman at the counter as he raised his glass appraisingly. Her eyes narrowed at the drink in his hand as he took a sip. There was something in the way the man carried himself that irritated Maddie. She was irritated, not mad. Nothing he had done was rude or otherwise improper. If anything, the thing that bothered her was the fact that he seemed too proper. The way his hand rested on the counter felt very deliberate. There was nothing lazy about the way he sat, perfectly upright, or what he did with his hands. One on the glass, the other resting deliberately on the brim of the top hat he had placed on the counter when he walked in. No, he said, I'm afraid that's not it. He set the glass down. Was that better or worse than the previous one? Said Maddie. Closer, I think, said the man. But it's hard to tell. You just know it when you taste it, you know? Yeah, said Maddie. I know. She picked up the whiskey bottle and began pouring another drink. This time 7 parts whiskey and 4 parts water. She was using the glasses that she discreetly marked with measuring points, and she was confident she was pouring to within a centiliter of precision. She slid the glass over to him. Try this one, she said. That's still not it, said the man. It's a fine drink, though. I would gladly finish it. Let me try one more time, said Maddie. I assure you this is a fine drink, said the gentleman. What I experienced in London was, I'm sure, a once-in-a-lifetime experience. It would be completely unreasonable for me to expect you to replicate it here. A good enough drink is perfectly good enough. Something in the way he said good enough made her even less willing to give up the fight. She grabbed the whiskey bottle and was about to begin pouring again, then she felt a tap on her shoulder. Shay. Can I have a word with you? Said Shay. Shoot. In back, said Shay. Maddie followed Shay into the kitchen. You've got to stop trying to make the perfect water mix, said Shay. You're not cracking some code here. What that guy considers the perfect whiskey is not going to be some perfect formula that will work for everyone from here until the end of eternity. Different people have different tastes. I'm aware of that, said Maddie. So why won't you give it up? Because I want to give him the perfect drink, said Maddie. He already got the perfect drink in London 20 years ago, said Shay. And every day that passes just makes the memory of that drink more and more unrealistically impressive. I know, said Maddie. That's why I have to make the perfect drink. I don't understand, said Shay. Shay, that perfect drink in London 20 years ago, the one that he still remembers to this day as the best drink of his life, people are supposed to have memories like that about this place. This is where it's all supposed to come together. And that's why you can't back down? I can back down, but I'll find it very hard to forgive myself if I do, said Maddie. Can I tell you a story? Said Shay. Is this story going to suck? You won't know until I tell it. Sounds like a good reason not to tell it then, said Maddie, crossing her arms. I used to be a logger, said Shay. You worked with lumber? You never told me. I did tell you that I worked a lot of odd jobs, said Shay, and I figured that alone would be enough to communicate that I'm full of anecdotes about a large variety of subjects, even after you've known me for many, many years. I've lived a lot longer than I've known you, so it's not like I could convey everything I've ever experienced in the time I've known you. Au contraire, said Maddie. Conversation allows you to compress experiences. You could compress an entire day into an answer to the question, so what did you do today? You're right, said Shay. But I don't like reducing big experiences to short, pithy statements about what I've done. I already feel dirty about just saying I used to be a logger, because there's so much more to that experience than the job title, and I'd like to tell you more about being a logger if you'd let me. All right, said Maddie. Tell me about being a logger. I was a logger for 2 weeks back in... Wait, 2 weeks? You were a logger for 2 weeks? It sounds to me like you were a non-logger who engaged in logging activity for 2 weeks. Logger is a title. You have to earn that shit. All right, said Shay. Point is, I learned a thing or two about logging. A thing or two, and probably not much else if it was only 2 weeks. You're right, said Shay. Luckily, I only need to tell you one thing. Oh boy, said Maddie. I can hardly wait. What's the one worthwhile thing that you learned about logging during those 2 weeks? When you're cutting away at a tree, you actually have to cut away a lot of wood in order to weaken it enough to fell it, said Shay. That is, you're not merely cutting a gap in the tree, you're actually removing part of the tree to weaken it. Yeah, I kinda figured, said Maddie. That's why partially cut trees have a notch in them. The logger just has to keep making the notch bigger until the tree collapses. Was that your lesson? You're not acting like yourself, said Shay. On the contrary, said Maddie, I'm behaving exactly like myself, and that seems to bother you. Shay grimaced. You're right. Can we still play at being teacher and student? Maddie sighed and put her back against the wall, looking down. Yeah. All right, said Shay. He did his best to grin. Maddie gestured for him to go on. You were saying about cutting trees? Ah, right, said Shay. You need to create a notch, but to create the notch, you're removing part of the tree. You're taking a chip out of it. Uh-huh. It's really easy to get caught up in that when it's happening, said Shay. When chips are flying everywhere, the last thing you want to focus on is that big tree that's just standing still. You see a chip flying off somewhere, and your eyes, and more importantly your attention, naturally want to follow it to see where it lands. And that's when you start to miss with your swings. The secret to logging is that you can't pay too much attention to the chips. Some of the chips are going to land at your feet, and some of them are going to fly off and harmlessly hit you in the chest, and others are going to disappear from your field of view. But you just have to focus on the tree. Focus on the impact you're making, not the trees. That's the secret of it. I think not the chips, but yeah. You need to focus on the big goal. Thank you for sharing the secret of logging with me, said Maddie. Though it can't be too well kept a secret if it's knowledge shared by people with only 2 weeks of experience. So is that it? Said Maddie. That's it, said Shay. That's a story. About how you just have to let the chips fall where they may. Thanks for that bit of folksy wisdom, said Maddie. I'm saving the pretentious wisdom for another day, said Shay. Very thin line between folksy and pretentious when you're acting like a genius for having discovered the etymology of common idioms, said Maddie. That reminds me of a story about wire walking, said Shay. I'm glad, said Maddie. Maybe I'll even hear that story someday. She stepped out of the kitchen before Shay could continue. Maddie returned to the counter. How's that whiskey? She asked. Best thing to happen to me all day, said the gentleman. You could say that this glass of whiskey is the thing that made my day. Thanks, said Maddie. That's all I needed to hear. Okay. What we're learning from these side stories, again, we're learning about the characters through these things more than the game itself. Well, game. Air quotes, game. So what do we learn here? Maddie's a stubborn perfectionist, I guess. I feel like there was something here. No, but something... Ashley's Inventions, Part 2.
Ashley's original ideas. Do not steal. Kitchen assistant. According to Maddie, the best way to chop hard ingredients like carrots or celery is to place the thing you are chopping near the point where the tip of the knife touches the board, since this gives you more leverage. I looked it up, and this is called a 2-class lever, which gives you way more torque than cutting hard things. The mechanical advantage you get from a class 2 lever can be increased by making the knife longer. That gave me the idea to make a knife that was 1 meter long. That would provide a much greater mechanical advantage than the knives Maddie uses, which are only 10 centimeters or 18 centimeters long. Maddie says that I'm not allowed to use any knives that are longer than 18 centimeters and said something about a weeb katana, so that idea is a dead end. I didn't know what she meant by that, so I looked it up online and found some videos of guys using really long blades to cut things like water bottles. Apparently the key to cutting is force and speed. Since Maddie doesn't want any blades longer than 18 centimeters, that means getting more force from leverage is out. But I could compensate for this by just making the blades really, really fast. I created Kitchen Assistant version 1 that uses a shorter knife, but it's affixed to a wheel that turns at 290 RPM even with the blade attached. The first time I turned it on, the blade wasn't completely secured and it flew off and embedded in the ceiling. To make sure this wouldn't happen again, for version 2, I welded the blade to the flywheel so that it won't come off. I think that Maddie will be really pleased with the result because I only had to use a 10cm blade, which is much smaller than the original blade. Fuck, I was doing so well! Which is much smaller than the original blade size that she had a problem with. Also, when choosing which knife to weld into the flywheel, I picked the knife that Maddie says is the best one. I think her personal bias will cause her to like my invention more because I built it using her favorite knife. Knife retriever. Kitchen Assistant V2 was a big success, but my testing of Kitchen Assistant V1 left a knife embedded in the ceiling, and I wasn't able to reach the knife by climbing on top of my stepladder. I could probably reach it if I placed my stepladder on the countertop, but Maddie says that's dangerous, so I wanted to find a way to retrieve the knife without breaking that rule. I was thinking of making a giant magnet, but electromagnets require a lot of power, and the last time I tried to draw a lot of power from the outlet, it tripped the circuit breakers. And if you try tapping the circuit breakers in place so that it doesn't trip, things catch on fire and it's a lot harder to fix, especially hiding that kind of thing from Maddie requires so much effort. Keeping the smell of smoke covered while replacing a breaker box is like doing 2 jobs at once, and that's 2 jobs more than I want to do on a Saturday afternoon. So a magnet is probably out, especially because I'm not sure if the knife is made out of a ferromagnetic material. I don't know what Maddie's knives are made of, but if they're out of aluminum, the magnet won't work. I might have to try the electromagnet thing if I can't think of a plan before Maddie notices. She probably wouldn't like it.
Ferns! Hi Ferns, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. We're just playing some more Necrobarista. We finished, I think, chapter 4, and now we're reading all the little side stories before we get into the next chapter. This is a very story-heavy, very reedy game. If you even want to call it a game. It's not a game. Okay, where was it?
The good news is that the knife is firmly embedded in the wood, and the compressive force on the knife is enough to prevent it from falling down due to gravity, unless a loud vibration causes it to fall down, so there's a very low probability of the knife falling down and hurting someone. The only thing that could disturb it is if it got humid and the wood around the knife started to warp, and the weather forecast said we're not getting any rain for the next few days, so I should have plenty of time to get that knife down before it's a risk of falling.
I've got a cold, but I'm doing alright. I hope your day is doing well. Oh, we have someone else in the chat who also has a cold by the name of Crazy Fox. I hope you both feel better soon. Visibility reducer. Oh my god. I don't know what it is about Ashley's journals that I have like almost no trouble reading. Almost because I flubbed twice. Okay. Excuse me.
To prevent Maddie from looking up and seeing the knife on the ceiling, I created a device to dissuade her from looking up. If you put a really bright halogen lamp somewhere, it really makes people not want to look in that direction. So I figured that if the knife had a halogen lamp next to it, anytime Maddie thought of looking up at the ceiling, she would decide, no, I don't want to look up there because there is a bright halogen lamp that will probably blind me. I'll look down at the counter instead. Or maybe she will look up at the light and then she'll be so disoriented by how bright it is that she won't see the knife on the ceiling. The LED of my headlamp only goes up to 50 lumens, and it takes 500 lumens to disorient a person. The problem was that I couldn't figure out how to affix the halogen lamp to the ceiling. That was the same problem I had with retrieving the knife. It's too high up. Then I realized a simple solution. I could get the halogen lamps up to the ceiling the same way I got the knife up there, by having the Kitchen Assistant V1 throw them. The halogen lamps aren't sharp enough to embed themselves in the wood, so I had to apply a layer of fast-drying adhesive covered by another layer of wood glue. I figure the fast-drying adhesive will hold them there long enough for the wood glue to dry, and that it will keep them from falling until I can figure out a way to get the knife down. Holy crap, this little girl is crazy. My first attempt to use the Kitchen Assistant V1 to throw the halogen lamp at the ceiling did not go so well, since it let go at the wrong time and instead flung the lamp into the wall. It took me almost 5 minutes to clean up all the big pieces. There were a lot of pieces that I didn't have time to pick up, but they were so small Maddie probably won't notice them. And if Shay notices them, he'll probably clean them up without saying anything. The second attempt, I got the Kitchen Assistant V1 to throw at the ceiling, but its velocity was too high and the bulb hit the ceiling and shattered instead of sticking. I tried lowering the RMP of the Kitchen Assistant V2, but after my 5th attempt, I realized I was out of halogen bulbs. I wonder if I can recycle the broken pieces for anything. Lamp bulbs seem like they would be very hard to reconstruct. Oh man.
This girl is a Curtius chaos scientist. I love Ashley. I don't care for her in the main story because she doesn't do anything, but in her little journals, she's freaking amazing. And reading her with Maylee's voice is very fitting. She's a gremlin is what it is. She's just a freaking science gremlin. Funeral. I've been thinking, said Keyshawn. Uh-oh, said Maddie. Here's the thing, too. Keyshawn only has 24 hours to be in this place. Yet he has little side stories with the characters. So, my guess is again, the game is, like, telling us a lot, but not showing us. The game is supposed to be about 4 hours long. But all this reading definitely extends it. At least I think it does. It is very interesting, though. I like the story bits. I do like the story. I've been thinking, said Keyshawn. Uh-oh, said Maddie. About the people that I've left behind. Well, I'm not going to see any of them again. One of them could be about to walk through that door, said Maddie. Don't taunt me with possibilities. You brought it up. Well, yeah, he slammed over in a funk. Death has a real finality to it, you know? Yeah, it does. That's death. The travel from life to death is a very one-way street for all, but a few individuals, and if you're standing here, then it's a bit late for chest paddles. I guess I'm thinking more about the fact that I'm not going to see any of my old friends again. Not as long as they're alive, anyway. It does tend to be how death works, said Maddie. I hope you're not surprised. Not surprised, said Keyshawn. But also, I wouldn't have been surprised if that wasn't the case, you know? Like, I'm pretty sure on at least one occasion, I've threatened people by saying, I will haunt you. And now that's never going to happen. Pity. You could have been someone's grudge ghost film. Guess that one's confined to the annals of Japanese horror cinema. Hey, said Keyshawn. I was wondering, do you think there's any way for me to see what's going on at my funeral? Don't, said Maddie. All right. I just thought, you know, it's kind of everyone's fantasy, right? To see what people have to say about them after they've passed. Wouldn't you want to see what's going on at your own funeral? I think it's none of your business what goes on at your funeral, said Maddie. Really? Said Keyshawn. I mean, I think it's pretty common for people to plan their own funerals. At least, if the goal late enough that they can see it coming. Okay. You know, I'd like to have my brother deliver a eulogy. Don't let them play any Barry Manilow songs, that sort of thing. Maddie blinked. Do you have a problem with Barry Manilow? No, I don't have a particular opinion on the man or his music. But a lot of people who are old enough to be planning their own funeral do. You can make your own plans, but whatever unfolds at the funeral is up to those who attend it. Keyshawn blinked. What about the wishes of the dead? I thought you'd have a bit more sympathy for their interests, considering how often you interact with them. I care plenty about the dead, said Maddie. You were asking about funerals. Funerals are for the living, my friend. Keyshawn opened his mouth to respond, but cut himself short. I never thought about it that way. I'm not sure what to say. You know, I'm kind of the same opinion. Like, I'm dead. I'm dead. Like, what do you want? What? Fucking put me in the oven and call it a day. I don't know if I would ever want a funeral. It's really weird. Funerals are expensive. Just like a casket and like plot are expensive. And then you see how like you see how like people talk about how graveyards are creepy. People don't really they're not really properly maintained. I wouldn't want to be in a graveyard. I wouldn't want to be buried in a cemetery or a mausoleum or anything like that. Viking funerals are illegal. Yeah, Viking funerals are illegal. I know that there's this one culture where when you die, they take your body, they lay you face down, and they cut the corpse into like squares, kind of like how you would cut a mango. You become like a human mango. And those like cubes. And then they just throw you to the vultures, and that's it. That's your funeral. Though people watch vultures devour you. It's kind of like a returning to nature kind of thing. I think I heard about it. I think it was National Geographic. Was a National Geographic magazine I saw a long time ago. Even had like some pictures. The phrase "human mango." I can't remember what culture it was, but it was definitely like I think a tribal culture or like thing. It was really interesting. But they did that because it was like, you can't really burn the body. Because that comes with risks. They didn't feel the need to bury their dead because it's like they only had a small amount of territory. They weren't going to fill it with dead bodies. They just believed that doing that was the best way to give yourself back to the land. And I get that. I do like those pods where they mix your ashes with like a tree. And then you're in tree soil and then you become a tree. I think that's really cool. I don't know what kind of tree I would be. I would probably like to be a willow tree or a wisteria. I like wisteria trees. They're very, very beautiful. I would like to be a lone wisteria in the middle of a botanical garden where every year during the springtime when the flowers start blooming, if the flowers bloom in spring, people eat hot dogs and drink beer under me. I think that's very beautiful. Oh man. Okay, got a little bit deep for a second. All right. If you're short on words but high on energy, you can expect some of that energy by carrying this box upstairs, said Maddie, gently kicking a large cardboard box that was resting underneath the counter. There's an alcove next to the bookshelf that would make a good home for this box. Kishan picked up the box, grateful for something to do with his hands. It was heavy enough that he had to make sure to lift with his legs and not with his back, but not so heavy that he felt out of breath by the time that he reached the top of the stairs. His breathing was heavy. Whew, but not labored. It was a good feeling. Kishan set the box down on the spot Maddie had designated and sat down for a moment, waiting for his heart rate to return to normal, despite the fact that he was dead. It felt good to feel his heart beating inside of his chest. This is how it feels to be alive, he thought to himself. Damn, I'm going to miss it. Oh, that's it for that one. Oh, cool, I can go back. Neat. Beth too. I don't think there's much about anything else here. Alrighty. Beth swung her knife in a horizontal slice, and the crowd let out an ooh. Not too loud, she said. Her eyes were fixed on Kyle, but she was speaking to the crowd. Last thing we want is someone coming down here investigating a noise complaint. She heard a few grumbles in the crowd, but they quieted themselves. Everyone understood her meaning. Playing with real knives in this manner was the kind of thing that was strictly verboten, and no one wanted to be on the wrong side of Maddie's bad mood. Even those who didn't fear death quaked in their boots a little bit at the prospect of Maddie's wrath. She made a few more horizontal slices with her blade, cutting the air. It was the kind of thing people did to warm up the crowd, but Beth was unconcerned with what people thought about how she fought. Her movements with the knife were the only practice she was going to get with this knife, and she did her best to memorize the feel of the blade as it cut through the air. I will say I do like this music. It was a terrible knife for a fight like this, a serrated edge. It was designed for ripping and tearing cooked meat that stood still in the plate, not fresh meat that was attached to a body prepared to evade its cuts. This was an entirely different kind of knife fight than the one before. When playing with practice knives, the goal was to strike the opponent in the torso. When playing with live knives, common etiquette dictated that stabs to the softer parts of the torso, like the chest or stomach, stabs that were most likely to be immediately fatal to a normal person, were strictly against the rules. In this battle, the goal was simply to draw blood. A cut to the arm or leg would do. Kyle was the first to make a move. He tried to feint to the right before hopping back to his left foot and swinging at her, but he made such an obvious show of telegraphing the attack that Beth had stepped out of his way well before his attack came. Kyle grinned. I guess I'm not outsmarting you. Beth kept her steely gaze trained on Kyle's right hand and the one that held the knife. Well, he said, I guess I'll just have to outspeed you. This time he stabbed straight forward with a thrust of his arm. It was the first time he had made an attack without fully committing to it by moving his feet. Beth had been afraid that he might try this. Kyle was nearly half a meter taller than her, and he had finally figured out that his longer arms gave him a tremendous advantage against Beth and her shorter reach. I cannot fucking read. The stab was directed at her shoulder, and she managed to duck out of the way fast enough, but there was no time for her to offer a counterswing before Kyle pulled back and stabbed again. This time attempting to strike at where her arm had been, she not moved just a moment sooner. Whatever. Beth backed up, giving Kyle space and hoping to bait him into making a bigger attack, but he seemed content to continue attempting the one tactic that had come close to working for him. As she stepped back, he stepped forward, and only after planting both feet did he make for another stab. There was nothing Beth could do but step back, giving him even more space to maneuver, all the while becoming increasingly aware of how close her back was coming to the wall behind her. She needed to do something to throw him off balance and find a way to reset. She stepped to the side, forcing Kyle's next attack to make a horizontal arc to reach her, and as soon as she saw that blade coming, she swung her own blade. She heard the ting of metal hitting metal as the two blades made contact, and the serrated edge of Kyle's knife hit the smooth edge of hers. They both stayed like that for about half a second. As Beth kept forcing Kyle's knife to the side, and with their knives still locked, she strafed around him until her back was no longer against the wall, placing the two of them on equal footing. This would have never happened in a real knife fight, Beth thought to herself. She had only saved by the serrated edge of Kyle's knife. He grinned, apparently enjoying the moment. Yes, Kyle, we're doing it just like in the movies. I know that when you think of a knife fight, you think of two swords or two Jedi facing each other with blades locked, but that's not supposed to go like this, and right now you're about to lose the biggest edge you had. She finally slid her knife out of the lock, releasing Kyle, who seemed completely oblivious to the fact that their footing had changed. He was so bad at this that he didn't even have an awareness for what it meant to have her with her back against the wall. But what Kyle lacked in brains, he made up for in physical size, and Beth was still left with the problem of how to get around his reach. Kyle was doing too good a job at controlling the space between him. She couldn't go straight for his chest like she had before. Not that she intended to strike him in the chest, she hadn't forgotten the rules. His reach made it equally difficult to go around him. Going over him was certainly out of the question, which meant that her opening had to be from underneath. A stab to the groin would certainly be against the spirit of the rules, but she might be able to get a good shot at his legs if she was close enough to the floor. But there was no way to get under his arms from a standing position. If she was going to attempt a leg strike, she would have to commit to it. She needed to create an opening. She feigned sideways toward the wall. Unlike Kyle's attempt at a feint, Beth's move to the left served the dual function of placing her weight in a perfect position to push off her left foot, moving right when Kyle moved left. She made as if to swing at him from the right, which prompted Kyle to stab in that direction. And with his body moving left and his arm moving right, the reach of his arm was effectively reduced. Reduced enough for her to slide under it? There was only one way to find out. She bent her knees, falling forward like a splinter leaning forward on the starting blocks. There it was. He had twisted to the right, reflectively trying to kick at her, allowing her to lunge forward and place the knife directly in the path of his swinging leg. He was grunting. Whoa! He let out a panicked yelp. No, he wasn't twisting. He was falling. And with the way her knife was pointed up, it was positioned to anchor itself directly into his belly if he fell on top of her. She reflectively tossed the knife aside, hearing it clatter to the floor as Kyle's weight came down on top of her. His tumbling knee struck her directly below the chest, and she felt herself falling back, her head falling to the floor until the moment she felt the impact of the ground on the back of her head and everything went black. Well then. Why are these people having knife fights is what I want to know. I want to know why people are having knife fights. This must be happening in the bar. Okay. I think that's... It was 2 there. 2 there. Nothing else here. So this is the last one. Teenage boy approached the counter. Shoulders slumped forward, head down, eyes on the ground, up until the moment he looked up and ordered a drink. He was old enough that he could have passed for a young adult with a better presentation, but the posture coupled with the oversized backpack he was wearing were a dead giveaway. Irrespective of his age, he was still just a kid. Can I get a Coke? An order befitting of a kid. Yeah, I think we can manage that, said Maddie. Think fast, said Shay. Maddie turned around just in time to see an aluminum can hurling towards her. She almost caught it. The can rolled back towards Shay, who scooped it off the floor. He hesitated a moment before setting it on the counter. No ice, right? Said Shay. The boy nodded. No, or yeah. Yes to no ice. Shay cracked open the can and poured it into a waiting glass. And it exploded in his hand. Which he then slid down the counter, pushing it gently enough that it came to rest in front of the teenage boy. The boy grabbed the glass. Thanks, he said. He glanced around the room. If you're looking for a place to sit, there should be plenty of seats upstairs. The boy nodded and headed for the stairs, drink in hand. Plenty of seats down here, too, said Maddie, turning to Shay. Yeah, said Shay. But I think upstairs is more Tuan's place. What did you just call him? Tuan, said Shay. People have names, you know. That's the problem with having regulars, said Maddie. People expect you to remember their names. But now that I think about it, Tuan probably wouldn't mind finding out that you didn't know his name. Can't have your name on Maddie's shit list if she doesn't know it. Should he be on my shit list? Said Maddie. Nah, he's harmless, said Shay. Maybe a bit susceptible to peer pressure, but I think that's why he comes here. To meet with peers? To meet people who aren't his peers, said Shay. How many glum teenagers do you see around here? Too many? Maybe not enough. Please tell me you don't actually mean that, said Maddie. Teenagers have the highest noise to spending ratio of any demographic. Not the glum ones. And if I were a glum teenager trying to find my place in the world and trying to carve out an identity for myself, I could imagine a worse place to do it than right here. Teenagers can go be glum somewhere else. Whatever happened to proper teenage delinquency? Be careful what you wish for. We've been mercifully delinquent-free for quite a while now. Proper teen delinquents don't loiter in coffee shops. They set things on fire, spray paint alleyways, and stay out past curfew. Does the city have a curfew for minors? It should. Teens need to be able to break rules, and all the better of committing acts of vandalism at 11 p.m. gives them a 2-for-1. Maybe they should avoid delinquency and just stick to general mischief, said Shay. Oh no, said Maddie. We already have plenty of mischief around here ever since Ashley set up shop. Got it. Next time I see Tuan, I'll tell him he needs to be committing more crimes. What do you do if he actually takes your advice? He won't. Peer pressure only works if it's from a peer. Someone of my age telling him he'd be cool if he starts swiping liquor won't do much to assure him that becoming a thief is a ticket to popularity and acceptance, so find another teenager to tell him. I'll keep my eye out, said Shay. Alrighty. That's it. That one's really short. But, Tuan. And the cafe opened. Woo. I wish I could jump. I'm pretty sure there's nothing new here. I think you can go down, yeah, to the basement. We can go and continue with Maddie if we want. Walking to the sky. We don't really know who these characters are yet, so maybe if they show up, we'll consider it. Advisory role. That's the ladder. Bookmarks. Okay, so now we're getting into Act 2. Walking to the Sky is a side story of Act 1. Maybe we should read it then. Because it might lead into Act 2. Because if they appear in Act 2 and they reference things I don't know what the hell they're talking about. Let's go then. Walking to the sky. Walking to the sky? Yes, no, yes. Alrighty, side story time. Hey, little guy, wanna play? Fetch. Maybe I'll have an easier time grabbing this. What else do we have here? He ran his hand along the shelf and found another object to throw. A flat, dull ring of metal. Catch. The bot took its prize and left. Oh, hey. She quietly broke eye contact and her eyes started scanning the floor as if she was looking for something. Tuan, not wanting to bother the girls, turned back to the shelf. He had clearly come upstairs looking for something and it wasn't a conversation with him. Still, she seemed interesting. And he kind of wanted to talk to her. But again, she wasn't taking the initiative, so neither was he. Her attention was directed towards the floor, not him, so he was surprised to hear her voice again. Hey. Yeah? I was just wondering, did you happen to see a ring here? A ring? Like a... Oh, like a ring. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I took it off and left it here somewhere. No, don't think I remember seeing a ring that looked like that. She hadn't actually described the ring to him, he realized. Are you sure? It's just a simple metal band, no fancy etchings or anything. A metal band? Not like a Metallica kind of metal band, but you know, like a piece of jewelry. Tuan suppressed an urge to get into a well-actually argument about heavy rock versus metal and which side of the divide Metallica fell on. You mean just a metal ring? Yes, I'm looking for a metal ring that looks like a metal ring. Kind of like a washer, right? But smooth? I guess? Tuan's blood ran cold as he recalled the object he'd happily surrendered to the robot just minutes earlier. Yeah, I think I saw something like that. There was a little bot up here playing with some metal objects just before. One of them looked kind of like a ring. Oh, great, is it? Oh, you don't need to. It's no problem! I could swear it was right around here. It wasn't. Sorry, I think I may have run off with it. Oh, you don't need to apologize. I mean, it's not like it was your fault, right? Yeah. He mentally cringed at the way he said, haha, instead of laughing like a normal person. Well, thanks for checking. I'm going to see if I can find that bot. It's me. I'm sorry? I mean, it's me that's going to help you find that ring. Oh, that's really not necessary. Tuan couldn't tell whether she simply didn't want to impose or whether she really thought she didn't need his help. He decided to shoot his shot. I've got nothing better to do, and I know this place pretty well. You're new here, right? Let me lend you my limited knowledge of how this cafe is laid out. If it's not an imposition, I'm happy to help. To be honest, she was imposing a little. Then again, the situation was mostly his fault. Well, cool, I appreciate it. I don't think I got your name, by the way. I'm Tuan. I'm Hannah. Does this ring of yours have any special significance? Sentimental gift? Some kind of special gift? He hoped it wasn't. It's kind of a reminder of who I used to be. It's kind of back when I was going through my whole goth phase. I used to wear 10 rings every day, if you can believe it. Now I just have one. Hang on, goth phase? Yeah, you know, goth rings. It didn't last long, though. Turns out going full goth is super expensive. I guess I was drawn to the idea back when I had a brief obsession with death. I also wrote a lot of really bad poetry. Pretty cringe, eh?
it's not that cringe. Can't judge a person by their poetry. And I was never a goth, but I've been to a few emo concerts in my time. Sure, but you can go to emo concerts, so I'm not sure you're a good judge of what's cringe or not. I mean, the lion's share of bad poetry is definitely written by teenagers. Speaking from experience, huh? You've got any old Tumblr blogs I can look up? I bet you've reblogged some real deep MCR gift sets. Don't worry. I'm not actually going to try and find it. You've got plenty of chances to embarrass yourself in real life. Keep that shameful posting hidden. Burn it if you must. I just don't think it's a bad thing to have written shitty poetry. The whole trying to find beauty in death thing feels pretty childish looking back. My emotions were turned up to 11 thanks to puberty. But I think there is more to it than that. I remember how it felt, becoming an adult but not being treated like one, still stuck in the kid-friendly version of life. If you live out in the suburbs, everything is so sanitized, it feels fake. And teens run in the opposite direction of what's fake. We embrace the darkest thing we can find, which tends to be death. I guess as teenagers, we don't usually have to confront death. Tuan kept his voice low out of respect for the other patrons. He knew enough about the cafe to understand that not everyone was here to have deep conversations about death. Maybe not most. I guess you could say I'm an exception? You want to ask a question, don't you? But you're not sure if you're allowed. That's a big assumption. Am I wrong? I'll take that as a yeah. And I'll take your continued silence as further confirmation. Okay, you're not wrong. I just don't want to make you uncomfortable. The feeling's mutual. You're not sure you're allowed to ask, and I'm not sure I'm allowed to tell. You're definitely allowed to tell. Sorry, I don't mean to sound pushy. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. You don't have to treat it like a question that needs answering. Not a question, more an invitation. Right. My mom was diagnosed with leukemia when I was 13. My father typically vanished as soon as he found out. I spent the next year dealing with crippling abandonment issues, not to mention the constant dread. There was more to this story Tuan could tell, but this was Hannah's story to share if she wanted. That's heavy. Thanks for trusting me with it. It was a dark time. But that stuff's all buried deep in the past now, never to be seen by anyone else ever again. Unless you count my old Tumblr, which I forgot the password to, so I guess that'll be out there forever, a monument to my shame. I think you can send a takedown request, the site has to honor it. They send a message to the blog, and if it doesn't respond, away it goes. I wasn't really looking for a solution to that problem, but your advice sounds pretty useful, actually. I might give it a shot. I'm really good at offering unsolicited assistance. For example, one time this girl came to me looking for a missing ring, and I told her I'd help her to find it. Wow, cool. I hope the story ends with you actually helping her find it. I don't actually remember how the story ended. I think the big plot twist happened when we decided to study the bookshelf. Like the bookshelf we're standing in front of? Just so. Can we stop now? I appreciate the commitment to the bit, but the ring's not here. The bookshelf had a few nooks and crannies a bot could hide in, or hide a ring in. Are you sure it's okay to move stuff around like that? They'll be fine as long as you don't sneeze. Is it really that fragile? Oh yes. The shoebox rog is not a plane known for its sturdiness. I'm sorry, I'm not sure I caught that. What's this thing called? The shoebox rog, short for rise off ground. It's a classic. Capable of self-sustained indoor flight for up to 40 seconds. Don't tell me you know every model on these shelves. Nope, just the balsa wood airplanes. When did you become such an expert? Summer camp. I guess preteen boys just kind of find that kind of stuff fascinating. I sure did, and I'll carry that obsession to the grave. And there I was, worried I'd missed out on something important by never going to summer camp. Actually, you kind of did. I'm sure the physics of the rubber band-powered airplane. No, I mean like the other stuff. I'm not a big fan of archery or netball either. You really think people remember summer camp? Because they got to play with bows and arrows? I always figured learning how to fish or shoot an arrow was meant to be some kind of delightful experience. Sadly, it's something I never got to enjoy. Bows and arrows are probably the least interesting part of the archery station. The fun part is going to the archery station during your free time and running to a friend and saying, "Hey, I haven't seen you since breakfast." Breakfast is a really important part of the summer camp experience, huh? Well, yeah, it kind of is. We're all sharing breakfast at the same time in the same hall. You get to see everyone. To think I could have been inviting my friends to breakfast this whole time. If only we'd arranged to meet at the archery station. The arranging is the part that misses the magic. It's, serendipity. That's the good bit. Right, so you go to summer camp to have serendipitous encounters with your friends? No, I didn't know anyone the first time I went. And how did you serendipitously encounter all of these friends? You kind of just make friends while you're there. Sounds like hard work starting from square one. Actually, it's not. Crammed all together in summer camp, you fall into friendships like it's natural. You meet loads of other kids, spend every waking moment with them, and then never see them again. And that's fun? Knowing you'll lose those friends when you eventually leave? Yeah. When you've only got a little time together, you really go all out making the most of that time. Anyway, looks like the ring's not here either. Good news is that there's still plenty more ground to cover. That's good news. I'd prefer it if our search radius were a bit smaller. It'd be worse if we didn't have more places to look, right? If it's not here, no need to keep digging around. You're the first person I've met who seems to be good at seems to see good in expiring relationships. I think part of me is afraid that all of mine are temporary. The opposite of that is much worse. For example, when someone new moves into your neighborhood, it's like, oh, we should have them for dinner sometime. Sometime is meant to be next week, but then it turns into next month. And you keep putting it off until eventually you spent years living next door to people you know nothing about. There wasn't a sense of urgency to the relationship, so it never evolved past how do you do's, Like those people in your life who are always there, you take it for granted that they'll never leave, and forget to enjoy the moments you have together, and then when you wake up, they're gone. The best friendships I ever had were the ones with a built-in expiration date. You've thought about this a lot. Yeah, I guess I have. Is that why you enjoyed going to emo concerts? Sounds like a great opportunity to make a friend, spend a few hours with them, and then never see them again. It was kind of a one-time thing, really. I usually listen to music when I'm on my own. I still have the Fall Out Boy album I listen to every night. I'd listen to every night while I cried into my pillow. Year 8 sucked. The music was that bad, huh? The lyrics made me feel the pain and futility of my own existence. A lot of my early teenage years were filled with the sense that nothing meant anything. When I listened to that album, it felt like I was staring into the abyss. The music wasn't bad either. Oh, good. Because taking shots at Fall Out Boy is fighting words. But I'm still wondering, if the album made you feel like shit, why did you keep coming back to it? I actually enjoy burying my face in my pillowcase and loudly sobbing as I'm overwhelmed by the creeping feeling of existential angst. I get that some people enjoy a good cry from time to time, but I think you might enjoy existential angst a little too much. No, you misunderstand me. I said I enjoy burying my face in my pillowcase and loudly sobbing as I'm overwhelmed by a creeping feeling of existential angst. That's the name of the third track on the album. I generally can't tell if you're lying or not. Lying or simply bullshitting. If I'm just trying to entertain, then it's not really lying. Maybe parody or satire, or plain old storytelling. Satire doesn't work if it's indistinguishable from the truth. The title isn't an obvious exaggeration. I'd expect that from them. What if I told you my favorite song of theirs was actually What if I told you my favorite song of theirs was actually I'm Like a Lawyer with the Way I'm Always Trying to Get You Off? I'd assume you're trying to flirt with me because there's no way that's a real song. And you assume it's a flirting attempt, why? Well, it's suggestive. If I had to describe it in one word, I'd say it's lewd. And if I told you my favorite Fall Out Boy song was Bang the Doldrums? Crude! I've got a dark alley and a bad idea, so says... What? I've got a dark alley and a bad idea that says you should shut your mouth? Rude! This ain't a scene, it's an arms race? Feud. Our lawyers made us change the name of this song so we wouldn't get a food! Okay, these two are cute. These two are cute. Well, that's all there
That's all there is to see of the mezzanine. No ring, no bot, so I'm sorry I couldn't be more helpful.
Don't be silly. You helped me check all the little nooks and crannies. Besides, you kept me company. Frustrated searching behind a heck of a lot... Searching becomes a heck of a lot more enjoyable when you're hanging out with an alright guy.
Ah, nice.
Could be, yeah.
That's a solid theory. You gonna come with me, or are you done? We done looking for now?
What if we... And hear me out here. What if we did not do that and just looked from up here instead? I've done enough walking for now.
You want to sit down?
Nah, sitting's overrated. I'm really into leaning against things. It's the new hip thing.
You're terrible.
Yeah. This place is pretty cool.
It's alright.
Interesting crowd down there, all types.
Which of course means we've got that one guy sporting the blazer hoodie combo. Like, hey, look at me, I'm so cool, but also super chill.
Wow, you're one of those guys, huh?
Oh, I'm sorry, did I just dunk on your fashion paramour?
Nah, those kind of guys can be real douchebags. But what if he wasn't?
He wouldn't be wearing the blazer hoodie combo.
Oh no, the blazer hoodie combo is something he has a deep sentimental attachment to. His father left when he was young, leaving him only his grandfather to look up to as a father figure. When his grandfather tragically passed, Blazer Hoodie's older brother took that place. He loved his older brother, who ran track and was the coolest jock in town. The blazer was all he had left of his grandfather, and the hoodie was his brother's last gift before heading interstate for uni. But his brother was killed in a sudden car compactor accident from that winter, and he never came home from uni. So whenever our boy finds himself feeling lonely, he puts on his grandpa's blazer and his brother's hoodie, and he goes out to drink in their memory.
Have you been waiting to use that this whole time?
Nah, I just like to think about people's inner lives. It's what I do on the tram. When everyone else is buried in their phones, I'm people watching.
Damn. The only thing I can get myself out of the house is by telling myself nobody's watching, nobody cares, they're all in their own little worlds. And you have ruined my day, you brigand. I'll never walk free again.
They don't see you. They'll see whatever they want to project onto you. That guy down there, maybe he is just a douchebag. All we have are our theories, and those reveal more about us than anyone else, don't you think?
I have never thought a day in my life, and I don't intend to starting now.
Clearly. Look, it's easy to play on stereotypes saying that guy dresses like a wanker, but where's the fun in that? People aren't always what they seem. I like coming up with dark and macabre backstories, just the worst stuff.
Darker than the one you just told?
Yeah, but don't worry about it.
Come on, you wanna.
No, I'm not going to.
Sorry.
It's one of my rules. Some people find healing in sharing dark thoughts, but I don't think I'm great at gauging what's good for me when sharing. I end up oversharing and then I spiral and spiral until I'm in a bad place. So, no stories for tonight.
Are you wondering if you're allowed to tell? Because I think we're at the point where you shouldn't have to wait for me to ask.
My rule isn't to protect the audience, it's to protect me. And buddy, we're still at the point where there are still questions I'm not going to answer. That doesn't mean I'm bothered by you asking. I mean, there are always going to be topics that aren't on the table. But you won't know until you ask.
That's a good way to look at it.
And here I was, worried I'd ruin the mood.
I've never shied from a somber mood. A mood getting dark and serious doesn't mean it's ruined. After all, some people like it dark.
Yourself included.
Hey, you can't have light without darkness, right?
Sounds like a Fall Out Boy lyric to me. Good thinking, though. That's why I start every day with my hands in the toaster. The rest of the day feels amazing after that.
They're suddenly really far apart. I grew up north of Brisbane. Do you know what the weather's like there?
No, but I do know that I like talking about the weather to get away from unpleasant topics.
Odd hair physics? Odd hair choice? It's downright tropical. Not a bad day in sight. Good weather all year round. Stormy days don't exist for the purposes of this conversation. But some days it'd be bloody gorgeous out, and I'd go for a walk and see nobody out. It was a total ghost town.
Sounds like a lame place to live.
Yeah, kinda. Thing is, without bad weather, there are no good days. Every day is the same. It's boring. But here in Melbourne, nobody squanders a good day. After winter, we're clawing at the walls for a hint of sunshine.
And that's your case for dark and melancholy conversation?
I mean, if everything's at a 10, it might as well be at a 1. There's no scale.
I think I'd be perfectly fine if I only ever saw the happy parts.
It's a contradiction, isn't it? The people most obsessed with finding happiness always seem to be the most unhappy.
Well, duh. They're so obsessed with pursuing happiness because they themselves don't have it.
The opposite of happy isn't sad. I think it's emptiness, or a general lack of feeling. You know, comfortably numb. Like, clinical depression isn't just about being miserable all the time. You're not in a constant state of sadness, more like a constant state of nothing.
Speaking from experience?
That's a personal question.
And I was hoping for a personal answer. You don't get to wax philosophical about your emotions and suddenly clam up when I'm the one asking you about them.
A medical condition goes a little beyond the realm of talking about emotions. Let's just say that I'm no longer medicated for clinical depression.
No longer as in you were at one point?
Yes, that was my extremely subtle implication.
Great. Let's dance around the subject. I love that.
Why make it easy? These two just met, by the way. I need a game series of just these two. No, I love these two. I swear, these two just met. Hold on, I'm taking a swig of my Dr. Pepper. I love these two. This is what I mean. Necrobarista isn't doing this with the other characters, but it's doing it with these two. I don't even know who these two are.
You really love talking, huh?
Is that a compliment?
Not at all. It's just, you don't come across as quite so outgoing.
I wasn't always. What you're seeing are the results of an extensive, self-inflicted deprogramming effort.
That's funny. I guess I kind of see it, but I don't want to assume, given that you're...
It's okay. You can say Asian. If you're trying to deduce my childhood based on stereotypes of second-generation Asian kids, you're not far off. Growing up in a household where being well-behaved was synonymous with being quiet and out of the way, you tend to end up pretty meek.
Huh. When you talked about Asian parents, I was thinking more about, like, academic achievement.
Oh, you're not there either. Like many immigrant parents, they want their son to be more successful than they are. But my mom was an MD and my father was an OD, and I'm still not quite sure what's supposed to be on another level above that.
Oof, sorry about your dad.
No, doctor of optometry. It was a big disappointment to my mother's parents, who were hoping their daughter would go for an ophthalmologist instead. Excuse me. I love them and their chemistry is perfect.
Wow, that's embarrassing.
I know, it sounds like I'm joking, but my family is the strictest of the strict. Like, graduate second in your class, then have your mother tell you at graduation that you could have been first if you'd hit the books a bit harder, level strict.
Dang. Walking, talking stereotypes, how dare they?
Ah! My mom never dropped that shit on me. Or on our drives to her chemotherapy.
Oh, bunk! Woof.
I can't beat that.
What, you mean you don't want to spend the day dwelling on the worst moments of your life? Come on, dredging up childhood traumas is everyone's favorite hobby. Where's your sense of the macabre?
Usually I have to pay it. I've done that for real. Wait, she British? I'm not giving them accents because I already can't read. Usually I have to pay to dredge up my childhood traumas with someone.
Alright, I accept cash, card, and signed photos of Brendan Urie. Alternatively, we can just talk about happy things instead. How do you like cats?
All cats are bastards.
Agreed.
So much for happy thoughts.
But they are happy thoughts. Cats may hate me, and I may hate them, but I like looking at them. That's probably my spiciest take.
Tuan was enjoying the easy rapport he'd found with Hannah, something rare and precious. But with that thought came the sudden sense of panic at the idea of losing that feeling of losing.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Felt a bit uneasy on my feet there for a second. This place, it kind of does a number on you.
You can say that again.
This place kind of does a number on you. It was a lie. The anxiety in his chest, clawing at his lungs, wasn't an affliction brought on by his presence in the cafe. His fear of loss made him just like the rest of the patrons. Okay. I'm sorry I wasted so much of your time.
What? You don't have to apologize for that. If you're spending my time, then I guess I'm spending yours too.
And for a moment the two said nothing, simply enjoying each other's company. Hey, are you?
Shh. Can you hear it?
Hear it? Is this your ring?
That's the one.
Great. Guess we're done here then.
Yeah, great.
I'll, see you around.
Sure. See you around.
Tuan watched her go, regretting how quickly he dismissed her. His mind raced, searching for an excuse to call her back and continue their conversation. Was he meant to yell something like, "Hey, you've got spaghetti on your sweater"? With every step she took, the warmth in him faded until she was gone, and he was left empty and cold. Damn it. Damn it. Aww. There's an irony. Go get her. Oh. It's ironic. Oh, wait, there's more. Oh, I thought it was over. Tuan loved darts. People were hard to understand, but a dartboard was simple, circles and squares, and a sharp little missile thrown barehanded by him, a self-proclaimed dartist. He honed his skills on school nights while his parents were too engrossed in their work to pay attention to him. It was a relatively quiet game when played skillfully, so it never made enough sound to draw their ire. What had started as a distraction was now a secret love. Secret because what self-respecting teenager played darts? But he was not a self-respecting teenager. Not in the slightest.
Yo. Hey, I haven't seen you since breakfast.
Oh, hey. You know that would only make sense if we actually had breakfast together, right?
Shut up. You some kind of chain-smoking darts hustler?
I wish.
So you're not gonna teach me how to play?
Nah, I'm really not any good.
Dude, you just hit 2 bullseyes in a row.
Yeah, that's the problem. Each segment of the boards is worth a different number of points. You start with a fixed number of points, usually 501 or 301, and then you throw darts and deduct the amounts from your number. The trick is...
Wow, all my interest is gone. Instantly. How'd you get so good at that?
Practice. That's the full extent of my darts knowledge. Anyway, so you're not missing out on anything. And besides, there are far more interesting things around here than this dartboard.
Oh, more interesting than a dartboard. This day just gets better and better.
And follow me.
Where are we off to?
What is it they say? Show, don't tell?
Where are you off to?
This isn't our final destination. I have something cooler to show you.
If you're talking about what's at the end of that catwalk, I've been there before. I came in that way, actually.
The catwalk's not interesting.
Then where are you going?
Going down.
You think you're funny?
Often. But you know when you just want to eject yourself from a conversation? When you find yourself in a social situation that you can't wait to get out of?
Wow, rude.
No. I never get the chance to make those big grand exits that I'm always dreaming about. Sometimes you gotta just seize the moment or whatever.
You'd rather make a dramatic exit than keep talking?
I allow myself to do it sometimes as a treat.
So now what?
Making a grand exit wasn't the only reason I jumped down here.
Oh, so that stunt wasn't the main attraction?
You wanted something interesting, so I'm just trying to deliver. You can jump down.
I don't have the feet of an athlete.
Bend your knees when you land. It'll soften the landing. The impact force will travel from your feet through to your hip bone. I can't fucking bend my knees. I've tried hiking and like going up like, you know, like more like vertical freaking steepness hills. And like Jester, when he goes down the hill, he'll like bend his knees and he'll go a certain way. And he's like, no, you do it. And I can't bend my knees. I can't. I feel like if I bend my knees, I'm gonna fall forward. And I can't bend my knees. And then he laughs at me.
You're real eloquent when you've got a captive audience, aren't you?
Yes, young cricket. Don't lock your knees. Yeah, no, I lock my knees right away.
The more you say, the less inclination I have to listen. You talk in paragraphs, my dude.
Whatever.
Hup. My method works. Oh, what's this little guy doing here?
These are the little wait bots that make up for the lack of employees in the cafe. They're all different.
I love it. Do you think it climbed down here on its own?
It's not outside the realm of possibility. I wouldn't bother it.
Try and stop me.
We probably shouldn't mess with it.
You sure?
Someone probably left it here for a reason. Now they're gonna come looking for it and find out that someone booped it.
How would you feel if you were booped by
How would you feel if you were booped by a giant fleshy creature?
What?
I'm just saying, this is a weird spot to find a robot. It might have been put here to do a specific job.
I think it's bored. Can we take it with us?
I really think we... Oh, I really think we shouldn't.
Is this what you wanted to show me?
Nah, this is still the journey.
Oh, cool.
We'll get there soon enough.
Is it safe for us to be down here?
Doesn't matter. We're young, indestructible.
What? Because we're young, we have to take risks?
If the danger exists, I simply close my eyes and pretend not to see it. But for real though, I don't think there's anything down here that hasn't really been stripped for parts. So we probably won't trip into a giant shredder or anything.
Or be crushed by giant bouncing logs?
If I see one coming, I'll pretend that I don't so you can enjoy the surprise.
You're so thoughtful. Come on. Last one there's a rotten egg.
You don't even know where we're going. Watch your step, you don't want to trip.
Didn't you just say something about ignoring danger?
I mean, I'm not an idiot.
Could have fooled me.
Rude. Actually, given the amount of jagged rusty metal I'm seeing around here, we should probably be at least a little careful. Hannah? Oh, jeez. What are you doing up there? Be careful.
Looks safe to me.
You never know, it could be unstable or ready to collapse.
I just look in the mirror for that.
Okay, but for real.
Why'd you bring me here if you were just gonna chaperone me to death?
We're not at our final destination yet.
Oh? Then what are we hanging around here for? So what's dangerous around here?
Jagged rusty metal? Tetanus maybe? Not gonna poke through your shoes, hopefully, but try to land on it with your face.
Noted. Am I being too much? I should note at this point that I'm very bad at evaluating risk.
Wow, really?
Shouldn't have followed you down here. I'm gonna have double tetanus by the time we leave.
Not aiming for triple tetanus?
I try to keep my expectations modest. Is this it?
Yeah, this is it. Huh? Is that it? You're not just gonna leave me at a cliffhanger? Okay, good. Okay, good. Don't psych me out.
think this is meant to be more interesting. If this is meant to be more interesting, I have bad news for you.
This hallway tells its own story.
Well, it's too dark to read. There's just nothing happening here. Why hasn't anyone taken the time to make this place nicer?
Maybe the interior designer was into rustic industrial. There's no accounting for taste.
What a cop-out. There's no accounting for taste?
Hey, the human mind is complex. How am I supposed to know?
The human mind is complex? Okay, Einstein.
Well, actually, Einstein was primarily a physicist, not a neuroscientist.
Wow, you must kill at parties.
Yeah, chicks dig me.
I guess I can see it.
Careful, don't hurt yourself.
Oh, careful, don't hurt yourself.
Do I look like someone who's worried about hurting himself? Aww.
You're more like one of those tour guides who has to walk backwards everywhere. You're not known for being prone to They're not known for being prone to accidents, are they?
Hey, you never know. I had his friend who was touring uni campuses. His guide was so distracted by walking and talking that he toppled right into a fountain. And what's more... Oh... Don't say you told me so.
I shouldn't laugh, but well, here I am, laughing at you. Good job, little buddy. Can I pet this one?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah! What? Why did you do that?
Why did I do what?
Tell me it was okay to pet him.
I thought you wanted to pet him.
Yeah, I wanted to, but I wasn't asking for your permission.
You just seemed really bothered when I said not to touch them. The other times, I mean.
I didn't need your permission. I was asking your opinion. Ow. You know, since you seem to be such an expert on this place. Like, hey, any risk associated with what am I supposed to do? Help me make an informed decision? So imagine my utter shock when I actually listen to you for once and literally get bitten for my troubles.
I'm sorry. Are you okay?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
I didn't want to disappoint you by saying it would be a bad idea.
Stop being a coward. Tell me what you think, not what you think I want to hear.
I'm sorry.
You're forgiven. But that little milk bottle shit isn't. Pinching bastard.
Hey, that little milk bottle shit tripped me first.
Yeah, and it was hilarious.
Well, I hope you've at least learned the dangers of backwards walking and talking.
I have, but how about you?
Definitely not. Ladies and Hannah, we've reached the final stop of this nondescript hallway.
You're really gonna keep saying nondescript, Mr. Doesn't Own a Thesaurus?
Dull, sterile, boring.
Dull, sterile, boring, boom.
There's no better objective in my nondescript opinion.
Ever read any
Lovecraft? Half his monsters were so scary that his narrators couldn't describe them. He really took the easy route with that one.
Who did?
Lovecraft.
Wait, that was his real name?
Yeah.
No wonder he was like that.
What else would a guy with that name be known for?
Crafting. Love.
You got me. They emerged into a storeroom, shelves packed with dusty jars full of mysterious glowing liquids. Hannah wondered briefly if any of their contents were edible.
Huh. Why are these all the way out here?
Try reading the labels.
I can't read whatever language that is.
It's Latin.
Casual flex there, smarty pants.
I have an ad hoc understanding of Latin words, phrases, etc.
I'm going to kick your ass.
If you would be well justified, you'll be well justified in doing so.
How long were you holding on to that hilarious Latin joke for?
Since I read it on the internet. I wanted to understand the lyrics of One Winged Angel, so I was doing a bit of research. Latin nerds love their wordplay.
Can you actually read any of these labels?
None of them say Sephiroth, so no. All I can tell you is that if you see Memento Mori, you probably shouldn't drink it.
Is that the Latin word for poison?
Remember your mortality.
Oh, I'm very aware of my mortality, thanks. So, why the obsession with this particular song?
It's from a video game.
When you played with your friends?
Nah, single player. I'm not good at connecting with my peers.
And I thought we were connecting pretty well.
You think we're peers? Because because it appears you're out of my league.
Aw, shucks. It's true.
3 cheers for low standards. Hannah's eyes sparkled when she laughed, and for once, Tuan struggled to feel anything but warm.
Yo, check out that one.
I told you already, I can't read it.
Yeah, but look at it. Looks like there's something trapped inside.
Creepy.
Should we do something about it?
Why are you asking me?
Whatever it is, it wants to get out.
I'm not sure it's a good idea to mess with this stuff.
What if it's a genie or something?
Oh no, is that the sound of impeding litigation? I guess I can't stop you either way.
Thank you.
A warm glow suffused them both, and in a heartbeat was gone.
Did you hear that?
Think so.
Do you think we did something we shouldn't have?
We? 2 hands touched that jar and they were both yours.
You were at least an accomplice. I get the feeling we unleashed something.
I get that impression as well.
Was it a mistake?
It was gonna shatter on the ground anyway. I don't think we changed the outcome of the situation.
Well, even if we did set an evil spirit free, I'm glad we came here.
I'm glad we came here too. You ever get that feeling like you've already committed to a decision, but you're not sure if it'll lead to something great or something painful?
Are we still talking about the jar?
Yes, definitely. Let's get a move on. So Hannah and Tuan are in a relationship and Tuan is slowly reaching this realization. I really like these two. Sure, our final destination's right through here. Tuan's heartbeat thundered in his ears. Afraid of heights?
I think it's perfectly natural to be a bit spooked when confronted with something that could be lethal.
Lethal? Nothing to be afraid of.
Scared me for a sec there, hotshot.
Yeah? He felt an absence when she withdrew her hand.
When I thought to myself, I hope he's falling for me, this isn't exactly what I had in mind. But that doesn't seem pleasant. The fall, I mean. Why jump if you don't have to?
The gut-wrenching fear only lasts a few seconds. You get used to it.
I can only imagine. What I want to know is why you felt compelled to do it in the first place.
I just wanted to feel something. Sometimes horror movies just aren't enough.
I get it.
Yeah, it's just, like I said earlier, better to feel something than nothing sometimes.
Is that downtown?
I think so. But I don't really catch the train into town that often.
I don't recognize anything specific, but the Yar is there. So the rest of the city must be too. Reckon anyone can see us from down there?
Dunno. The city looks so
different from up here.
Yeah.
It feels lived in.
Most cities do. That's why they're cities. People live there.
But some cities just seem sterile, you know? Housing estates and golf courses and toll roads on a grid. Everyone commuting to their office job in a skyscraper that's the same as all the other ones.
This one's pretty to look at.
Is it safe to sit here? To sit there?
Look, if I can step off this platform, it would be crazy for me to be shy about letting my legs dangle over the edge. Sitting here like this reminded Tuan of being 7 and swinging his legs daringly over a balcony's edge with his friends. They got yelled at for it because it was dangerous, but the association stuck. It had been a long time since he'd felt so carefree. At a glance, Melbourne's sprawl seemed vivid and meticulously detailed, but the more he tried to pick out individual features, the more his vision blurred. From up here, everything ran together like unmixed paint. Everything was just an indistinct part of a larger whole.
I thought I'd be able to see my house from here, but I can't. Actually, I can't recognize anything. I know it's Melbourne, but...
It feels like a dream.
Do you think we're dreaming?
I think I might be. You could be a figment of my imagination.
I was thinking it was the other way around.
I suppose it's all about perspective. Considering how many dreams end with the sensation of falling, this is certainly an appropriate place for it to end.
I don't really want it to.
Me neither.
If you just brought me here for us to stare longingly into each other's eyes, we could have just stayed down in the cafe.
I'm enjoying the view.
Very funny. So when are you going to hurry up and make a move? What took you so long?
Far easier to say something clever than to say something sincere. Squeeze in, nerd. They only just met.
No bonk! I lied to you earlier.
About what?
Remember when I told you about my mom's leukemia diagnosis? I was 13 years old and my dad left us because of it.
Yeah, I remember.
It wasn't the whole truth. She wasn't the one who got the diagnosis. This hair isn't mine. 6 months of chemo wasn't that kind to me. I felt like a fraud every time I wore someone else's hair. So I bought this from a costume shop. If I was gonna lie to the world about having hair, it might as well be something dazzling. Can you say something? Please?
I guess it's not a surprise. You only make fun of people when it's trivial stuff. When you started cracking wise about cancer, I started getting the inkling that it wasn't about someone else.
Not obvious, huh?
Not at first. But I feel like I've gotten to know you well enough by now. You interrupted something.
Yeah,
I was going to.
I know.
If you still want to,
Sorry, mood's dead. My fault. Need to reset the scene.
How about we go for a walk?
Think that'd help.
As the last vestiges of the terminal faded into the distance, Tuan realized they were entering a world of their own construction. My heart. Oh my god, these two! Oh my god, I don't even care about anything else. I just want these two. There were no rules here. They were well and truly free from everything else. He didn't know what they were walking towards. But in the end, did it really even matter?
Ah!
Bonk, I ship them. Choo choo. For a fleeting moment, Tuan felt oddly at peace despite everything. Anna had trusted him with her true self. But with affirmation came fear. Fear of what came next, of the moment after that and the one after that. He closed his eyes, suddenly finding it hard to breathe. Anna's gentle touch on his back pulled him back into reality.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. It's just an anxiety attack. Don't worry about me.
Just? Was it the height from sitting on the edge?
No, they never happen when I'm there. Never. It's only when everything's fine, when everything's safe. Because when everything's good, I know it only takes one bad moment to bring the whole house of cards crashing down.
Was it what I said before?
Not what you said. What I didn't say.
What didn't you say?
I knew. I've known cosplayers. I could recognize a good wig.
You knew?
Yeah. I wouldn't have had the courage to keep talking to you otherwise.
The best friendships I ever had were the ones with a built-in expiration date. Yeah. Okay. I think I get it now.
All Tuan saw in her eyes was betrayal. Oh man, I was about to say it was really ironic because when they faked us out the first time, making me think it was over, that he like dismissed her, where it was like, no, but you just said that your best friendships were the temporary ones. but he wants her to stay, and now it's like he's enjoying his time with her because he knew that she was actually the one with cancer by being able to tell that her hair is fake. And thus, again, the best friendships are the ones with a built-in oh.
Is that what I am to you? A girl with an expiration date?
It's not you, it's me. I'm so used to people being transient in my life. It wasn't so scary to talk to you if... I'm sorry, I brought you here because I wanted to feel normal for just one night.
I wanted that too. To leave everything behind and feel normal, even if only for a few hours. And I did. Thank you.
Hannah? Tuan felt them teetering on the brink of something. What was she feeling? The same dread? The same longing? Are you gonna kiss? No, they're not. I don't get shit! I can't have nothing in this house! Tuan felt Hannah shaking in his arms, hot tears soaking through the fabric of his shirt. But not just her tears. He realized he was crying with her. Tuan wished the train would pull up to the platform and whisk them away so they'd never have to return home. He knew Hannah felt the same way, but that's not how life worked. Are you ready?
As long as it's with you.
Just don't let go. Hannah's fingers dug into his skin for the first terrifying seconds. He couldn't blame her. Upside down, falling like a rock towards the center of Melbourne, Tuan saw something new in Hannah's eyes. And we're here. And we're here. It seemed as though the wind had stolen their words, leaving only silence. They walked in lockstep, each dragging their feet. I don't think we can walk any slower.
Try me. I can do this all day. You came out tonight looking for something very specific.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that's me.
I think it might be. But if it's not, I guess I'm okay with that too. At first glance, Tuan had thought the shelves of jars were just thrown together afterthoughts, nothing more than a forgotten mess. But now he realized that each jar seemed perfectly created for its contents, as if they were made for each other. Hannah seemed far away, perhaps also thinking of the jars. Or perhaps of something else entirely. You think I'm carrying around a lot of pain, don't you?
Hard not to, after all this. But it's not you. I've been thinking about myself. I assumed you were carrying a lot of pain, not because you did anything to make me think that. It's just easier to cope when I assume everyone else is going through the same stuff as I am. That said, I reckon I figured something out about you. You like me.
No way. I thought this hand-holding business was strictly platonic. I want my money back.
I just gave you a new piece of information, you dingus.
What, did you expect me to do some flowery I like you anyway speech? Because that's not really my thing. You've got baggage. That's part of who I am. You don't get to pick and choose. And that's okay. I like you. I like all of you, Hannah. Every little thing that's ever happened to you has shaped you into the person standing next to me. And I really, really like that person. You're right. I don't get to pick and choose. So when you say, I like all of you, I want you to know that I mean it.
You're not the first person who's ever told me something like that before. But you're the first person I've believed.
The worst way to lie to someone is to tell them what you think they want to hear.
Yeah, you get it.
Are you ready to do this?
I'm ready, as long as you're doing it with me.
Then don't let go. Tuan waited for the moment he knew was coming, for Hannah's form to fade, as all spirits did upon leaving the terminal. Oh. But the moment never came, and there she was on the other side, her warm fingers entwined with his. Are you?
I'm still here. I go in for my last round of chemo tomorrow. So are you gonna hurry up and kiss me already?
Yay! They got a kiss! Do it, coward. This was so cute. I love this. Why do I like the side story more than the actual game so far? I don't blame you. Maybe one day soon I'll be able to stop blaming myself too. That was really cute. You can now speak, yeah, to Tuan and Hannah to experience the side story walking into the sky. Yeah. That was really cute. Oh my fucking god. They're gone! I cannot talk to them. That's a lie. They're gone! Are they over there? Where are they? What if I want to experience the story again? You can't just not have them there. Oh, they're gone. Oh, that was so sweet. Oh my god. Oh my god, that was so good. I loved all of that. Oh my god. But game, you're lying to me that I can experience it again. They're not here. Where are they? My babies. Where are they? Where did they go? No, it was just a fleeting moment. Oh. Oh my god, I love that so much. I need to take a couple bites of my coping chicken. Hold on. Oh my god, it's so beautiful. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's so beautiful. I love them. It makes me wonder. If Tuan thought that Hannah was dead and thought that she was going to pass on, then she's like, nah, bruh, I'm still alive. I got one more thing of chemo, and then I'm done with this shit. And then we can be together. It's like... It's like... He preferred relationships that didn't last. But meeting her made him want to keep going. And that... chicken bone. He, like, wanted her. Oh my god, Han, you missed like the best side story ever. Oh my god. Like, the way it seemed, because earlier he was like, yeah, I prefer when my relationships have a set expiration date. But knowing that that was gonna happen, he got attached to her, and it's just like, oh no, but I don't want her to go. Oh my god. That was so cute. Excuse me.
Ah. Yivuri, thanks for the follow.
That being said, I guess it's time to continue the story. They're not up there anymore.
Ah.
Continue. Let us continue with the main story. Meanwhile, oh my god, Tumon and Hannah though, they're so cute. That was so fucking cute. At first I was like, yeah, this side story, we don't know who the fuck they are. It's probably gonna matter later. But like, oh man. But I want more shipping fuel. Bunk. I don't think it took your bits, Maverick. Day 2, 8:15 p.m. outside the terminal.
I don't have the energy for this.
Maddie's been running on empty for several days now.
Especially with everyone watching me.
Ah! There it is! Thank you. I hope you packed enough conductors. My order form was pretty vague. I shouldn't be worrying about the conductors when I'm not even sure I can pull the whole thing off without some sort of major screw-up happening. Supplier knew what I wanted for the conductors for anyway, so he would have packed enough. A good supplier knows enough about their clients to anticipate their needs. There's a certain amount of nosiness that is polite after all. He knows that I've got Ashley helping me. Helping you with what, Madeline?
Piss off, Ned.
Rude. You should respect your elders, you know. Ned is not a young man, even by the standards of semi-mortals.
God, listen to you. The council made you soft, didn't it? Oh, respect your elders. Follow all our totally arbitrary rules or we'll make up some cheap reason to destroy your business.
My name's Ned, and I love rules. You done?
Yep.
Cool.
You sound wounded.
A steel chest plate can save you from a bleeding heart, but not a bruised ego. You should be nicer.
Wow, sick comeback. Well, what was it that guy you killed said? Oh Christ, I'm shot. Oh no, what was me? Just a little throwback humor for ya. Did I strike a nerve?
Did you just?
Did I just what?
Maddie. When Ned spoke next, it was in a deep dark cadence steeped in guilt and self-loathing. If Maddie had been able to see his eyes, she would have faced a withering glare. We're rapidly reaching a point of no return. I can no longer promise to shield you from the consequences of your actions. What you did just there, quoting one of my victims' dying words at me, that was low, even for you. Frankly, I'm disgusted. You dare to poke at my guilt. You dare. Let's not talk about guilt, shall we?
I don't suppose you might have anything weighing on your conscience right now, would you?
As I thought. They may still weigh heavily on me, but I am absolved of my sins. Some moral debts take a lifetime to work off. Ned's had more than a few lifetimes. I've had 100 years to process that, and to redeem myself through my actions.
You?
Your sins are fresh. They're lance marks on your soul, deep cuts in your aura. Swallow your arrogance, novice. No, I know what you did. Maddie's sins weigh heavy on Ned's mind. They weigh even heavier on hers. And I can't wait to see how you plan to make this right. Episode 5. Rainy Moods. 15 minutes later at the turn. There they are! My babies! Tuan, age 16, thinks he's smart. Not antisocial, just shy. Read a bunch of Wikipedia articles in optometry and considers himself somewhat of an expert. Hannah, age 16, knows she's too smart for her own good. Hobbies, people watching, self-indulgent teenage angst, taking advantage of the fact that she's too smart for her own good. Yay, they're back! My babies! I knew it! The side story was just to introduce me to them and get me attached and only want them!
So I'm not sure that alcohol actually makes you feel anything. In fact, going by its chemical properties, I'd say it's the opposite.
Oh, or maybe that was him.
Shut up, dork. We're planning a heist. Metaphysical debates about alcohol can come after.
But this isn't metaphysics. I'm just talking about simple chemical interactions with our brains. Tuan is a guy who has the look of someone who knows more about chemical interaction than human interaction. Hug them! Tuan would be tsundere. Absolutely precious.
Please take the energy you're putting into pedantry and redirect it towards the plan.
Hannah's too busy with physical shenanigans to have time for verbal shenanigans. The plan?
The plan!
What's the plan?
I was thinking I could reach over the bar and grab the first bottle I see.
Sounds risky.
Very chaotic neutral.
Oh, it looks like a... It's a chart. It's an alignment chart. And what's your alignment then?
Neutral good.
I'd say I was lawful neutral, but...
That's the coward's option.
Yeah. But getting back to the plan... Oh.
Using your own pedantry to distract you was absolutely part of the plan.
Wow, so little faith in me?
Gotta minimize liabilities here.
Hannah's still learning to trust this guy. He doesn't have the look of an interloper, but you can never be too safe.
You're out here playing checkers while I'm playing six-dimensional upside-down laser chess.
Shit.
I've galaxy brained this, and now I'm holding the fruits of my labor.
Don't you mean our labor?
If you insist.
Give me a closer look at that. What sort of fruit did we pluck from the booze tree?
Really stretching that metaphor out, huh?
Yep. I don't recognize the language on this label.
What? Let me look. What the hell? I don't recognize it either.
Maybe it's a cipher. A cider is made from fermented apple juice. A cipher is made from fermented word juice. Chaos, baby.
Who'd make you read a cipher just to know what you're drinking?
A sadist. Oh, we could ask Maddie what it is. She's a sadist, right? What do you call someone who enjoys the empathic pain they feel from hurting others?
Yeah, that idea sounds great. Let's go find her the... Apart from the fact that you specifically nicked it from her.
Oh, right.
You're meant to be the lawful one here, dude.
We agreed on neutral good.
Not challenging your assertion does not make it an agreement.
Regardless.
Wait, hold on. I sense a dark presence. Do you feel it?
No, I don't feel anything particularly spooky in the air. Yeah, me neither.
Ah!
Hello, children. I see you've stooped to petty thievery. Ah, fuck, I missed it. There it is! I can go back. Some of the bottles on that shelf are old enough that swiping them would be an act of grand theft. Not this one, however. Alas, sprung.
Can't believe my heist career is over so quickly.
Aw, don't give up on your dreams, kid. Speaking of, you know what happens when you drink this. I was assuming some sort of drunkenness.
Does it make your teeth fall out?
Well, last time I had a shot of this, I woke up in Adelaide. Wow. So the result was 700 kilometers worth of drunkenness and bad decisions?
But I woke up 6 hours before I took the shot. Had to dive a rented car back and explain to Shay why I disappeared without a trace and somehow accidentally time traveled. Holy shit, can we give it a try?
God, no. You never heard of liquor licensing laws? I'd end up in jail. I think it'd be an excellent formative experience.
Yeah, if you're not perpetuating teen drinking culture, you're a loser.
I fucking love Hannah. I'm sorry. I love her. If you're not perpetuating teen drinking culture, you're a loser. Somehow, I remain unconvinced by your passionate arguments.
Well, we tried.
You kids have way too much time on your hands, you know that?
Better than not having enough, right? I'm utilizing my time to practice my skills. It's not wasted.
Well, the non-existent industry sector that relies solely on the skill of reaching over bars and stealing bottles of enchanted booze is gonna be lucky to have you.
Oh, that's so validating, thanks.
Can I get you to a coffee or anything? Hot chocolate? I'm kind of busy tonight, and I'm hoping that bribing you with free drinks will stop you from nicking my shit. I'll take a free drink.
I feel guilty taking one since it was all Tuon's idea.
Hey!
But I'll graciously accept your offer.
Neat, what'll it be?
Hot chocolate? For both of us? Hot chocolates for both of us.
Alrighty, 2 hot chocolates coming up. Seriously, don't steal anything else when my back's turned, or I'll feed you a spite elemental.
I wonder.
Spite elemental.
Maybe it's a metaphor. Is she saying that she'll eat us? Is she the spite elemental?
Oh no.
Maybe the real spite elementals were the friends we made along the way?
I hate this.
Fair.
Hannah rolled rogue. I'm telling you, Han, you missed, like, their story. It was so good. Oh my god, it was so good. New character incoming. Samantha, age 32, American, visiting Melbourne for work, devastatingly patient, and in bondage gear. New player who dis. God, I can't do enough. Trust me, you kids don't want to meet a spite elemental.
Have you?
Yep. Got pretty close to not making it out alive. I guess you're in a fairly exciting line of work, eh? It gets that way sometimes. But spite elementals aren't exciting. They're terrifying. They suck all the air out of the room and make the world ache. And they don't die easily.
Huh.
That's kind of metal. You sure do need brass balls to face one down, that's for sure. And a steely gaze? What? 'Cause steel is metal, and I said it was metal, and then you mentioned brass balls, so... Hannah, please back me up.
Nope. You brought this on yourself, mate.
No, she's totally right.
What's going on here? You bullying my customer, Samantha?
Of course not. Good, 'cause that's my job. You two should go enjoy the evening. There's a nice breeze blowing. You remembered my name. That's sweet. Sweet isn't a word that people often use to describe Maddie. That's the kind of remark that says more about the person who's talking than the person they're talking about. Of course I did. You're interesting. Doesn't that describe everyone who walks through your doors, though?
Absolutely not, especially not in the way that you are.
Some people would take offense to that. Your boss, must be very different to mine. Well, my old boss, I guess.
I'm my own boss now, actually.
Maddie thinks she can make it all on her own. She might just turn out to be right. Apologies. Your approach to hospitality work is very different from what I'm used to, is what I'm trying to say.
Figures. Where'd you work?
Just some dive bar overseas. Ooh, wretched hive of scum and villainy. The owner would never shut up about treating every client like royalty.
Sounds like a pain in the ass if you ask me.
I'm not asking, actually, but I appreciate the sentiment nonetheless.
So, can I get you anything?
Surprise me.
You'd like me to pick you something?
Yeah.
Mind if I ask you a couple questions?
Are they related to the drink?
Yep.
Shoot.
Okay. What's your favorite white wine?
You're not making me a wine cocktail, are you?
No.
I'm partial to a glass of Marsanne every now and then.
Fancy. Next question. Have you ever read a star chart?
Like in astrology? No.
Why?
I don't put any stock on mysticism.
Hey.
This place isn't mystical. It's built out of cold, hard facts. To some people, this place seems otherworldly. For others, this is just the world they live in. I just don't know them all yet.
All right, fair enough. Last question. You're walking in the shallows of an ocean that seems to go into the distance forever. You can't see any land aside from the sand under your feet. Whenever you step forward, the sand sinks just a little bit. As far as you can see, there's no way to escape. Drowning is the only possible outcome.
Ah, fuck.
What do you do?
Wow, I feel like you're about to pull out a Voigtkampf machine or something. It's absolutely some sort of test. I run, I swim, I dive when I can. And if I eventually drown, so be it. There's nowhere else to go and no point in sitting and waiting for starvation or sharks or someone to save me. I have to take action.
Interesting.
So, what's the verdict? Samantha didn't get a response. Maddie's eyes had glazed over as soon as she'd answered the last question, and now she stood perfectly still, gazing intensely at the rows and rows of dusty bottles lining dustier shelves. Her lips moved, but no words came out. As Samantha watched, a flask of red liquid twitched, seemingly of its own accord. Maddie craned her neck up at it and scowled. In response, a smaller bottle, next to the first, and surely only big enough to hold a few drops of something, began to glow. Her scowl shifted to a wry smile. Please, you don't need to open anything new on my account.
Gotcha. Your answers were interesting.
Coming from some people, that might sound like non-committal remark, but coming out of Maddie might be the most effusive praise you ever get. So are your questions. I'm still having a little trouble figuring out how they relate to each other, though.
Is that important?
I try to maintain a vague hope that maybe one day things might make sense.
And until then?
I just try to go with the flow, of course.
Sorry for trying to psychoanalyze you there.
Try. Do you think you failed?
No.
What's the verdict then?
Well, for one, you tend to accept things as you see them. You try to interpret things based off of unrelated frameworks or thought patterns. That said, you do try and make sense of the connections between things when you can.
Maddie's pretty sure she has all the pieces. She's found that putting all the pieces together requires a bit more effort.
But it's no big deal to you if you don't. You just mark it as its own variable and move on. And that reads to me as an intensely pragmatic approach. Would you agree?
I suppose.
You're the sort who doesn't buy drinks to enjoy them. You buy them as camouflage.
If your experience with pretending to be something you're not in order to blend in, you might develop a talent for recognizing when others are trying to do the same.
To hide your face behind, to project a veneer of being untouchable while you watch. Watch what? Everything, I suppose. You take everything in the same way I do.
So you're saying that I'm attentive, but that I don't worry about instantly understanding how things are interconnected.
Because you're confident that eventually you'll understand it anyway.
How do you figure that out?
You've been watching my hands this whole time.
Is that weird? To watch an attractive bartender making a very fancy-looking cocktail? To appreciate the craft?
No. But given just how interested you are in what my hands are doing, I'd wager that you've got some experience in my field. So are you just really bad at picking up on...
Oh, this is her. So are you just really bad at picking up on when you're being flirted with, or... It's fine, sweetie. In fact, it's pretty cute.
I meant in alchemy! The field of alchemy!
Uh-huh. I see you're very accomplished in alchemy.
Just take the drink.
Shit, this is really good.
Yeah?
Too good to ignore, yeah. It's smoky, but bittersweet, and it's the contrast with the bitters that really make you appreciate the sweetness. Or is it the other way around? Almost makes me feel like I'm reaching the end of something. Like I've got a lump in my throat from saying goodbye. But I can't quite tap into that feeling. Like, what did you even put in this?
Mezcal, artichoke bitters, gold heart bitters, and a slice of gorilla lime.
Gorilla lime? That can't be a real thing.
It's hard to acquire. Cause if you bite into one, it feels like you get punched by a gorilla.
Physically?
No, emotionally.
Huh, makes sense.
I am not a wizard.
Prove it.
Ugh.
That guy the boss you mentioned?
Yeah.
He good to you?
I'm sorry.
Does he treat you well?
Yeah. To a fault, actually, for past the point where it's rational for him to still be nice to me.
No one's ever accused old Shay of being rational. That doesn't stop him from trying to be the voice of reason. Good.
Actually, I'm sorry, that reminds me, I have to dash. Got some setup work for a project to finish before the sun comes up.
Maddie rarely engages in careless shenanigans, so when she's up to something, you'd best be on your guard. But without you here, who will enable my latent alcoholism?
You can just reach over the bar and grab the gin. Tonic's in the bar fridge.
Will do. Come back soon, though. I'd love to discuss alchemy with you some more.
Uh-huh. Catch you later.
Wait, one last thing. What was the meaning behind the question about what wine I like?
Oh. I was just curious. That's the last one, I reckon. Does it have the magic caps in it?
I think so. You can just call them caps, you know.
They're built for something different. I refuse to use non-specific language.
Uh-huh. Yeah, they're in here.
Okay, what about the, thing?
You'll have to be a little more...
Oh, you know. The thing.
Sparkly thing. Ashley likes having friends who can understand her even when she fails to be specific.
Bah! The bread is here!
Space Pegasus! Thanks for this sub!
They were just about to throw all this away.
Sparky
Great.
thing.
Electric.
Sweetie, how long have you been awake?
It is better for you if you don't know, I think.
You mean the voltage regulator?
That's the one. Good job.
It's in one of the other boxes. I didn't think we needed another one, though.
Are you kidding? The last one literally melted. It's a good thing I have an extremely thick metal arm, otherwise I would have been badly injured.
Yeah, thank goodness. Is there anything missing?
I shall check.
Need some espresso?
I think I will literally die if I have any more.
Hey, that's really mature of you. Nice job.
Yeah, whatever. You can get me some chocolate if you want.
Don't tell Ashley that chocolate has trace amounts of caffeine. At least it's not more espresso. Sure thing. Be back in a minute. Oh, hey, dude. Where have you been? Hey, just chilling. Not much to do when you're waiting to die.
Hey, come on, Cooper. I know you're hiding down there somewhere. Hold this, will ya?
Did Ned really say that? Yeah. Do you believe it? I'm not sure.
Well, it's not a lie.
The most dangerous lies are the ones we tell ourselves. But it's not the whole truth either. And I don't quite have the time to untangle it for you. Maddie's the sort of person to weave tangled webs without too much consideration for who's going to have to untangle them.
I've got a hungry teenager downstairs and a summoning ritual to complete.
She's part of this too?
Don't you take that judgy tone with me.
Hey, far be it from me to moralize at you.
Getting a lot of that these days, mate. I'm just trying to keep everyone happy.
Tough gig.
I'll say.
I think this is the ritual that happened like at the very, very beginning, but I don't know.
Alright now, if you can solder these 2 wires. No, not those ones! Bloody hell. Who programmed you? Bet she's a jerk. Incredibly intelligent, but a very bad programmer.
Ashley has learned how to program exactly the minimum amount she needs to and not 1 iota more. You're talking about yourself, right?
What?
Wow. You're really out of it, huh? Where'd you even pull this from?
Leg holster.
You weren't wearing a leg holster.
Arm holster.
Your prosthetic?
It holds 6 million knives. Don't question me on this. I am the expert here.
Mm-hmm. Hey, need a hand?
Dude, you should check yourself before you fucking wreck yourself!
No, that's not what I meant.
Oh. Yeah, I guess you can help.
Before I ask what you need, what are you even doing? Maddie mentioned a summoning circle?
Yeah, something like that. You ever wanted to live forever?
I'd trade that for just having a second chance, honestly.
Bonk! Well, grab me that box, please.
You can't just leave me that hanging like that.
Watch me. And while you watch me, leave you hanging, you can go get that box. Thank you.
Yeah, so, this is really heavy. What's even in here?
100 meters of heavy gauge copper cable, a bunch of capacitors that I'm going to wire together soon.
In a basement full of magical items, the copper wire might be the thing most in danger of being stolen. It's easier to flip, at least.
And some various bits and bobs.
That would definitely explain the weight.
Oh, there's also a bunch of clamps.
So what do you need?
Validation, chocolate, coffee, a school system that doesn't punish me for having weird and niche interests.
I meant more,
Communism.
Ashley's a real party girl. I don't think I can get you communism, sorry. And isn't Maddie already getting you chocolate?
You're a terrible comrade, Keyshawn. If I wasn't close to hitting the LD50 of caffeine, I'd ask you for some coffee, but all you can do right now is give me that sweet validation.
Oh, okay. You're real. Thumbs up. Good human. I don't know what sort of validation you want here.
I feel like I'm stuck in a loop of trying things that are inevitably going to fail and don't know how much of it is my fault for not being good enough at a momentarily difficult task.
Monumentally difficult task.
I'm used to being effortlessly good at things, but I feel like my brain is full of bees on this one. And can I deal with failure? I don't think I can. I'm not equipped for failure. Sweaty!
The bread is here!
My entire perception of myself is that I'm good at things. I'm gifted and talented and incredibly afraid that I'm gonna let people down at a vital moment. This is that vital moment, but I just sit here, paralyzed. And I suddenly know that a lot of this pressure is just me being hard on myself. But Maddie and we tried this already, and we failed pretty badly.
Okay, we're talking about the first instance in the beginning of the game then.
It was a disaster.
For Ashley of all people to call something a disaster, it must have been a real catastrophe.
I can't understate how badly it turned out. And so even with all the prep I'm doing, is this enough? Did we learn enough to do it properly? Numbers and formulas and hard science are good, but I can't shake this feeling that I'm going to screw it up for everyone. And so, I'm afraid of letting Maddie down.
There are few things we fear more than disappointing the people we love most. That's heavy as shit, mate.
You reckon?
Fully, yeah. I don't know what to say to that, except that I don't think Maddie would ever feel let down by you. I know we've only been here for like 2 days, but her and Shay seem to really care about you. And I'm sure that extends to accepting you for who you are, limitations and all. Though honestly, I think you give off a pretty strong vibe of not giving a shit about your limitations. Or that you indiscriminately power through them with some sort of raw caffeine-fueled fury. Anyway, you're immensely powerful and I'm terrified of you.
Fair enough.
I was never really super smart or gifted or anything. Sometimes the people who think they're not gifted were never just made aware of their gifts. I just floated through school and work and never focused on having much except having a good time. I can definitely imagine the sort of pressure you'd have on you, though especially given how big this task is.
Yeah?
So while I can't say for sure that this thing is going to be easy or even successful, I do think it's important that you work on giving yourself a break from the weight of your own expectations.
But...
It's not an easy thing, I'm sure, but my boyfriend is similar. He's very hard on himself when he feels like he's letting himself down.
So, it doesn't go away?
I don't think so. I think it just gets easier to deal with as you learn to be more empathetic to yourself. Self-forgiveness and all that. It's often hardest to forgive someone when you're aware of all their flaws. It definitely took him a few good years to even begin to be able to deal with his self-imposed shame.
I guess I can try that.
You can try that, or you can continue feeling super bad about yourself all the time.
I mean, when you put it like that.
Right?
I hate how rational you sound.
I know. I'm disgusted at myself.
What's up, nerds? What's going on in this thread?
What?
You're suddenly in a good mood.
I maybe ate some of your chocolate. Maybe Maddie ate some of the chocolate. Maybe grass is green.
Oh, I swear to God, if there isn't any left.
Ashley's. Yes, we've been over this before. You'll comprehensively murderize me. Bonk. You'd hate if someone failed to be comprehensive when they went about murderizing you. I've seen some incomplete murder attempts and they ain't pretty. Don't worry, I only ate a little bit.
Excellent!
Is this enchanted chocolate or just normal chocolate? Oh. What about unenchanted dark chocolate? Where does that fall on the normal abnormal chocolate spectrum? Does he deserve to know?
I don't know. I kinda like the mystery.
It's completely normal chocolate, isn't it? Maybe?
Maybe not.
Can I have some then? Come on, you owe me.
For what?
Helping you set up all this.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
This is totally normal chocolate. Yeah. Did you expect it to not be that? You implied. We never implied. You came up with that one all on your own. Damn it.
Alright, I'm bored. Later, dorks.
Don't you run off on me, miss. This magic cap bank isn't even half done.
I'll do it later. For now, I'm gonna go take a nap under that table. If anyone disturbs me... Come on.
You'll be... happy? Confused?
Ticklish?
Extra hungry?
I'll...
Mention me in your diary? Maddie doesn't keep a diary. All those thoughts and memories just stay cooped up in her head. One day, she's going to run out of space or sanity.
I will exact terrible revenge on both of you later.
Geez, that phrase definitely doesn't start with an M. Wait, what?
Bye!
I'm being too hard on her, am I? You? Nah, she thinks you're great. Good. I could probably stand to give her a break, though. There are a few people who appreciate a break more than Ashley, especially when it's a break from Maddie. I mean, I'm expecting a lot from her right now. She does seem a little overloaded. Fuck. But she'd tell me if things were too much, right? I don't know. It seems like she idolizes you. Idolatry is a sin, isn't it? It can't be healthy behavior. I reckon she'd pretty happily burn herself out for you, you know? I just need her for the next 4 or 5 hours and everything will be okay. Is that when you're planning on performing the ritual? This thing? Yeah. What's it for, anyway? Conduit ritual. Super forbidden magic. Oh, cool. Are you actually cool with this, or... Not hugely, actually. Why is that? Well, you know I was talking to Ned earlier, and... Actually, don't worry about it. It's fine. I don't care. What's it do? You know how I took a couple hours from you down here? Vividly. This is just a bigger scale version of that spell. Higher capacity. Who are you taking hours from? Nobody. Don't worry, bud. You're in a deficit already. When you get deep enough into the hole, you kind of stop worrying about climbing out of it and just accept your fate. I can't touch you. Right, okay. So even if you're lying right now, shouldn't you have taken enough to pay off your debt multiple times at this point? The hours weren't for that. What the hell did you do with them then? Where'd they go? For our research, we used the following materials. Wire of copper heavily drawn, jasmine chalk, not Dover, sustained electric supply of at least 20 volts, car battery? Capacitors composed of, need better durability. However, we believe extra components are required. Our conduit's properties varied with the layout of our summoning circle, and despite the departure of our test subject during our trials, we were able to ascertain the number of efficiency-oriented refinements. Certain kinds of optimization require a real dedication to craft, as well as the absolute necessity of a living but non-sentient vessel to act as a so-called storage container. More testing is required, though obtaining a willing subject for future methodology evaluations without attracting the attention of the council will be difficult to say the least. I stored them. All these hours are in this tree. Oh, these boys.
I miss editing.
Oh, wait. Was it dieting or editing? Okay, I think it was dieting. Why? What was your diet like?
I remember sushi.
Sushi? I thought you said you were a crab. You think crabs aren't dexterous enough to make sushi? Unquestionably, yes.
What is this sushi?
It's delicious is what it is. Rice and fish and seaweed. Humans eat it. And crabs. I just don't know where a crab would find rice or a way to make good sushi. I also ate garbage. Yes, I also ate garbage on occasion. Unbelievable, you two. Unbelievable. Maybe you were a raccoon. Garbage is good for the soul. Garbage is garbage. It's in the name. What did you eat when you were alive, then? Grass? Just normal grass. Boring. And tree roots sometimes. There are tree roots here, yes? Yeah, there are. Why don't you chomp on them? Well, I'm not hungry. We don't eat. And also, more importantly, they're powerfully magical. Maddie needs them. If we damage things that Maddie needs, then Ash will be disappointed in us. A suboptimal state of affairs. I can feel the power in them, too. However, I do not feel compelled to chomp on them. What a strange thought. Love to chomp. Chomp sushi. Chomp sandwiches. Chomp garbage. You're so weird. Yeah, so that's the end of the episode when it shows us them. Make your creator proud. You can now speak to Samantha to experience side story Devil's Den. Oh. Something down under. Oh, this is another thing of Tuan and Hana, but it's probably just a reading thing. Ashley's inventions too. Tanqueray 10? Or the first 9? Okay, I can't get out until I read these. probably the one I have to read. The terminal. Oh no, a letter from Sophie Cordova. Okay, so this is Ashley's workshop. Ashley's inventions. Oh. Okay, let's read this one first. A letter from Sophie Cordova. My dear Maddie, thank you for getting in touch with me, or perhaps I should say congratulations. I make such a point of making myself hard to find that it's always a surprise to hear from anyone. I sometimes find myself fearing the day that I'll be contacted by someone who isn't a fan of mine, and who is more interested in locking me away than seeking my advice. One might think that people interested in putting me away would be more capable and in possession of more resources than those like yourself who simply possess curiosity. And yet it's always the latter who manage to break through the veil I've erected between myself and the outside world. You're the first in over 3 years to manage this, and so it is now time for me to find another hiding place. If your next letter manages to find me, I'll truly have something to worry about. If you're looking for a solution to the problem you've outlined in your letter, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. My business is that of teaching people how to find the right questions so that they can find the answers themselves, not giving the answers. After all, oopsies, the most worthwhile answers are the ones I haven't found yet. That being said, your question about time transference is an issue of special interest to me. The idea of storing vitality within a living, non-sentient creature such as a plant is one that I've long considered. The issue has always been one of retrieval. Don't mind me moving the microphone because I accidentally shifted it. Just trying to... Good enough. If you did find a way to transfer vitality from a plant to a sentient creature, it will result in a tremendous discharge of energy. Such a great discharge that I'm sure it will kill whatever subject was on the receiving end. Absorbing life force from something doesn't seem that it would do you much good if it kills you in the process. Consequentially, I've never experimented with this process myself. Even if I have earned a reputation for being a rule breaker, there are certain things that are simply off limits. Your idea of using a non-living soul as a target for transference is an interesting one. No risk of killing the vitality recipient if it's already dead. Of course, that would require finding a way to infuse a non-living soul with vitality in the first place. And being that most reanimation techniques involve a significant discharge of energy, using the vitality transfer as the trigger would effectively be killing two birds with one stone. Of course, reanimation is a far cry from necromancy, but if your only problem is one of living on borrowed time, well, you know better than I do how to resolve the particulars. I'm an alchemist, not a necromancer. If I can offer you one piece of advice, these kinds of vitality transfers are not something to be experimented with. Anytime that time is borrowed or lent, you are making an alteration to the ledger that the powers that be keep a very careful eye on. Even the smallest of disturbances is enough to attract their notice, and attracting their notice will put a quick end to any research you might be in the midst of. So if you're going to try a vitality transference, don't experiment. Go straight for the end goal. If you're going to catch the attention of those whose attention you do not want, make sure that the endeavor is worthwhile. If you have a good reputation, it would be a shame to squander it on something so trivial as allowing a mouse a few extra seconds on the side of mortality. As they say, go big or go home. I appreciate your taking the time to write to me. You've given me new things to pontificate on. And perhaps one day, you may see the result of that pontification in one of my future volumes. Of course, it should go without saying that you won't be able to reach me again. At least not the same way you did before. I've been found, and that means I need to do a better job at covering my tracks. While I rationally hope that I'll never find myself in a position where a fan's letter finds me, there's always a part of me that hopes that one of my readers will manage to track me down. Pontification is a word, it's just not a very often used word. Who knows, perhaps the next letter I receive at my next residence will come from you, but I'm sure that you have better things to do with your time than try to track me down. There is a time to adopt the posture of a student and focus on learning, but it's obvious to me that you are someone who has spent plenty of time learning things that is now ready to do things. So do things, Maddie. Do big things, do dangerous things, do things that break the rules. Not all rules need to be broken, but if you're smart enough to find me, you're smart enough to know which rules are worth breaking. I'm grateful that it's always the reader male that seems to find me, and never the demands to appear before some kind of tribunal or committee. I used to think that this was a long string of extremely good luck on my part, but over time I've come to realize that those who wish me gone lack the insight of the people who earnestly read my work, readers such as yourselves who are the only ones who truly know me well enough to understand how I think and where I would hide. Bravo, Maddie. You've demonstrated your ability to think like me. Now you must learn to think like yourself. Yours truly, Sophie Cordova. And this opens the door. And this is that door at the top of the mezzanine. And there they are! My babies! There they are. I'm telling you, this side story was so good. Oh my god, it was so good. Okay, we've still got some more stuff to do here in the game room. Also, hi Poca Poco. Pontificate, I think it means like, yeah, like something the heavy ponder. Tanqueray. Ashley's inventions. We already did this. And then there's this one right here. There's nothing else here. Samantha sat alone at the bar, taking occasional sips from a glass of gin. She wasn't sure that tonight was a night she really wanted to be drinking, but the comforting familiarity of the gin kept her raising the glass to her lips. The drink didn't sit well in her stomach, but each sip left her feeling warm, and with each sip the knot in her stomach seemed to become less and less noticeable, and so she kept drinking. The green bottle had become something of a friend over the years, and with it she shared the kind of relationship born not out of any sort of affection so much as out of one of familiarity and convenience. Drinking the Tanqueray neat took her back to the first apartment she lived in after moving from her hometown in New Mexico to the parts of Melbourne that bordered the docks, the same apartment where she discovered that liquor was vastly cheaper when bought by the bottle than when bought by the glass in the setting of a bar, and where she learned that the cinnamon and coriander gave the gin enough flavor without the need for mixtures. The Tanqueray was her coming-of-age drink, and consequently she enjoyed a private relationship with it. Most of the alcohol she'd consumed in the past year had been on the job, but gin was something that she had kept hidden away at home for the private moments when it was only her, a green bottle, and an overwhelming sense of dread. Samantha emptied the glass, and for a moment continued to hold the empty glass up to her mouth, looking down her nose at the bottom of the glass, as if asking God for a sign that this was the time to stop drinking. She had no intention of stopping, but she figured it was worth giving the everlasting a chance to interdict if she was transgressing by drinking so heavily. No divine intervention came to stop her from raising her hand to signal Maddie for another drink. Apparently, pontification is the expression of one's beliefs in a condescending fashion, usually done with expressing religious beliefs. Yeah, I feel like when I read the definition of pontificate, I feel like people are using this word wrong, because people seem to use it for when they delve into very heavy thinking in general. I feel like pontification is a word people are using wrong. Like, oops, sorry, my hands are in the... I feel like pontification is a word people are using wrong. One second. Oh, I can't look back at I have to alt-tab. Yeah, pontificate is to discuss one's opinion or the dogma of a topic. Yeah, it's very weird how some things use pontificate. There was a small throbbing inside her ears that seemed to think it was a bad idea, but she was sure that was a result of hearing damage and not the voice of God ringing in her ears. She was fairly sure that she didn't believe in God, but something about her Catholic upbringing kept her occasionally checking in just to confirm that her suspicions that there wasn't anyone upstairs judging her on hedonism. Still, if there was any time or place to question her lack of belief in God, a cafe that seemed to exist on the borderland between life and death seemed as good as a place as any to do it. Her mother had told her that it was only by the grace of God that she walked the earth, and if it wasn't a force of God that kept this cafe's door open, it was certainly something otherworldly. Oh, that's it. Yep, that's it for this one. Okay. That one was short. Ashley's inventions. Just to make sure. Actually, I could just press start. Bookmarks. Okay, so there is... We got Devil's Den, which is a side story for Samantha. And then there's 4 more chapters. I am going to be right back really quickly. And then we're gonna finish reading the other little mini things here. And then I think we're gonna tackle that side story. And then I think that's where we're gonna wrap it up. So I will be right back. Alrighty. You're back. Okay. Where's the... Okay. So. Just went to grab a can of fizzy. And I grabbed a bit of a slice of sweetbread. I'm gonna save Tawana and Hannah for last. Ashley's inventions.
Ashley's original ideas. Do not steal. Floor sweeper. My last experiment with the Kitchen Assistant V1 was a big success if you measure success in how quickly it was able to pulverize things generally.
I have to like take deep breaths when I read this her because she's fun.
The throwing objects at the ceiling technique does not work for pulverizing carrots or celery for salads, but it is very good at pulverizing halogen lamp bulbs. This made me think about how much better it would be if the floor were self-cleaning. Ashlings can sweep up a bit, but usually all they do is move dust around, and it's hard to get them to actually collect debris and put it into the trash. If the entire floor were covered with air jets, any small bits of debris that dropped on the floor would get quickly whisked away towards a corner, where a vacuum or something could suck them up into a disposal chute. Having a bunch of air jets would require a lot of power to run, but air isn't the only fluid that could be used to carry dirt and dust and broken shards of halogen lamp bulbs. Water could also probably do the trick. The issue is that water would damage the floor. Ripping up the wooden floorboards and pouring concrete would solve the problem, and we could mold the concrete in a way that it shape directed the water towards the drain on the floor. That would mean no more need to sweep. We could just hose down the entire cafe at the end of the day and it would drain itself. Then it would be dry by morning. That's actually a really good idea that doesn't require any special equipment or specialized hardware once the floor is installed. I should copyright that idea and make sure that nobody steals it. Update. After several days of calling the Australian Copyright Council, I finally talked to a person who told me that what I want to cover inventions is a patent, not a copyright. After several more days of trying to contact the patent office, I was told that somebody already used my idea. I wonder if it's possible to sue someone for stealing your idea before you came up with it. It's pretty unfair that I'm not able to patent an idea just because I'm too young to have the idea before someone else claimed it. Knife Retriever version 2. Previously, I discarded the idea of using a large electromagnet to retrieve the knife that was lodged in the ceiling. My research has led me to believe that the knife in the ceiling is actually stainless steel, which contains iron. Iron is ferromagnetic, which is weird because you'd think that only ferro would be ferromagnetic, but I guess iron is too. Also, I was able to find a gas-powered generator that could run enough power to run an electromagnet for a short period of time, so I don't need to worry about the circuit breakers. It requires a lot of gas, but luckily getting the knife down only requires running the electromagnet for a short period of time. I created the electromagnet by spooling a power cable around a piece of iron. The good news is that the electromagnet is great at pulling knives from where they are. The bad news is that it pulled all of the knives from the drawers that were within a meter of it when I turned it on, I say mid-burp. Also, the knife in the ceiling wasn't affected because it was too far away. I looked it up and magnetic attraction follows an inverse cube law. I'm not sure what the opposite of a cube is. Maybe it's a sphere? But the more I think about it, the more it makes sense that objects further away aren't pulled as strongly by a magnet. The Beseecher 5000. After my lack of success with the Knife Retriever version 2, I asked Shay for help and he lifted me up so I was able to pull the knife from the ceiling. He asked how long it had been up there and I said, not long, and he said, more than a day? And I said, oh, it wasn't up for a day, which is technically true. I'm glad that asking Shay for help succeeded, but I think in the future there needs to be a way to automate this process of asking Shay for help. I think I need to create a robot with speech capabilities that is capable of asking for favors. Then I could have the robot ask for favors on my behalf. I think this is a good idea because usually when you ask someone for a favor, then you owe them a favor afterward. But if it were the robot asking for a favor, then the robot would owe you the favor, not you. Then the person would ask the robot to do them a favor, and the robot would say, sorry, I'm only capable of talking to people, not doing tasks. Then if the person asked the robot to ask you for a favor, the robot would say, I'm sorry, my battery is running low, and then it would self-destruct. It would be expensive to build a new robot every time you had to ask for another favor, but it would be better than having to owe someone a bunch of favors after they helped you.
This girl's a genius. I'm sorry, I can't do that. Boom. Okay, great. I love Ashley. I want Deco to, like, experience the story and then read the Ashley lines as Quest Girl or as Ashley. She lost me at copyright. Ah, fuck. Okay, Hannah and Tuan. Something down under. Come on, I want to show you something. For a moment, Tuan thought of grabbing Hannah by the hand to lead her, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Something about the idea of holding her hand seemed simultaneously too childish and too intimate for him to try this early in the night.
Oh, where are you taking me? Said Hannah.
Someplace cool, said Tuan. He located a ladder leading down from the lowered level and gestured to it. After you.
And now you're asking for me to be the first one to jump into a gaping maw of whatever monsters might be lurking down there.
Hannah shook her head ruefully.
Where have all the gentlemen gone?
Tuan smirked. I think a gentleman might say ladies first.
And I think a lady might say, I'll stand quietly behind with you while you deal with this sweet street ruffian. Go ahead, barrel face first into danger. I'll follow behind.
Well, Tuan said, technically I'm going feet first. You know, going down vertically and all that. My head is actually the last part of me that will be arriving on the lower level.
Are we going to keep standing here bantering, or are you going to show me whatever's down there? Said Hannah. You seemed enthused by the idea only a few moments ago.
I guess I just got distracted by your cattiness. Hannah got on the ladder on top of Tuan.
Don't look up. Trust me, you won't get the show you're expecting if you do.
Fine. Tuan ascended the ladder, keeping his gaze decidedly horizontal. After arriving on the level below, he studied his feet until Hannah landed beside him. Hannah joined him, studying his feet.
Oh, please don't tell me you're one of those freaks who's obsessed with his sneakers.
Nah, said Tuan. Just the kind who finds the sight of his own shoelaces a safe distraction from whatever he's trying to avoid looking at.
Oh, good. Did you hear that one about that brawl in Darwin?
No.
Well, it was actually Darwin, California. You know, those international news sites always trying to sucker me into reading stories about what's happening in America? Anyway, nobody was hospitalized, but several kids walked away from that store with black eyes to show to their friends. I can understand that collectibles are a big deal, but come on, we live in a society. I don't think I'll ever understand sneakerheads.
Wait, that's actually a thing? Said Tuan.
Yeah. You didn't know about it? It's really big with hip youngsters. I guess I don't pay very close attention.
Oh, I guess I don't pay very close attention to the behavior of young hip youngsters?
Well, that was evident from the moment I laid eyes on you. But you seem adventurous enough. Maybe one day you'll encounter one of them. On that note, what are we here to see?
Tuan led Hannah to one of the portholes in the room they were in. Look at this.
Whoa, that is indeed a porthole.
No, I mean what's on the other side.
Yep, said Hannah. That certainly is water on the other side of that porthole.
Hold on, said Tuan. There's supposed to be a... He trailed off.
A what?
I don't want to spoil the surprise, said Tuan.
Well, you have effectively replaced my awe and wonder of seeing the sea through a porthole in the basement of a Melbourne cafe with the feeling of disappointment that I'm not seeing whatever it is I'm supposed to be seeing.
Tuan checked several of the other portholes. This is weird. It's usually... The sound of something landing behind them caused Tuan and Hannah to spin around and face the ladder they just climbed down. A girl with twin tails stood up from the crouching stance and dusted herself off. Did you just jump down? Said Tuan.
Yep, said the girl. It's only 10 meters.
And to think that we wasted our time climbing down that ladder like schmucks, said Hannah.
And to think we wasted our time climbing down that ladder like schmucks.
So, Tuan stood, gawking at the girl for a few moments. Sorry, I don't remember your name.
I'm Ashley, said the girl. I guess turnabout is fair play because I don't remember your name either.
It's Tuan.
And I'm Hannah. You two know each other?
Hannah said to Tuan as she pointed at Ashley. Yes, said Tuan. We know each other so well that we greet each other by asking each other what our names are.
That's a great greeting ritual, said Hannah. We should try to popularize it. You know, normalize introducing yourself by name even to people you met before. I bet it would save some people from a lot of awkwardness. Not everyone is good at names, you know. That's a great idea, said Ashley. I'm going to start doing that.
Hannah shot a glance at Tuan and he grinned. So what are you doing down here? Said Hannah.
Oh, so what are you doing down here? Said Hannah. Here to kick us out? Is this a no patron zone? No, it's no problem, said the girl, but I was eavesdropping.
Tuan's eyes widened and he looked at Hannah, but Hannah seemed to be more amused than upset at Ashley's appearance.
And, said Ashley, it sounded like you weren't seeing what you wanted to be seeing, so I thought I'd come down and take you lower. Oh, where am I being taken now? Said Hannah. About 1,000 fathoms is where things start getting interesting, said Ashley.
How much is 1,000 fathoms?
Oh, how much is 1,000 fathoms?
Said Hannah.
Ashley paused.
It's about 1,800 meters, said Tuan.
Sounds like a lot of climbing, said Hannah. I guess I should have brought the better ladder climbing shoes.
That sounds like the lament of a non-sneakerhead, said Tuan.
Oh, no need to climb, said Ashley. Just hang on a sec.
Ashley walked up to a panel with several mechanical levers, and after several moments, the water outside the porthole began changing hue.
What was that?
Nom.
Swordfish,
said Ashley. Actually, I'm pretty sure it was a sailfish, said Tuan.
I'm pretty sure you made that up,
said Hannah. No, really, said Tuan. They're a marlin, and they have a long bill like a swordfish, but they also have a broad, erect dorsal fin. If you had left the word erect...
If you had left the word erect out of that sentence, I might have believed you. No, he's probably right. I've seen him down there with marine biology books. He's a huge nerd, so I definitely trust his word over mine. Well, I'm glad that's settled. The part about you being a nerd, I mean. I think the sailfish with an erect dorsal fin still sounds kind of sketchy to me.
Eventually, the room stopped descending, and Hannah looked inside the porthole.
Now I see what you were excited about. There's a lot of stuff going on down here. Hey, nerd boy, what's this one called?
Tuan tried to follow Hannah's pointing finger. Which one are you pointing at?
That shark-looking thing. It looks like it's as big as a whale.
Oh, that's a whale shark.
See? I knew you were just making up names. No, that one's right, said Ashley. That's one of the ones I know because it's so easy to remember. It's a cross between a whale and a shark. Whale shark. So, said Hannah, this is the level of the ocean where interspecies romance happens.
There isn't actually any whale DNA in a whale shark. It's just that name because of its size. It's the largest known species of fish.
Hannah shook her head. First it's a whale shark, then it's just a shark, and now it's a fish? Tuan, the thing you need to know about making stuff up is that you need to stick to one version of the story.
Sharks are fish, said Tuan. You didn't know that? They have gills? I'm kind of surprised you didn't know.
I don't think you're the one who should be surprised by any of this, said Hannah. Everything that you've shown me down here is thoroughly weird. Me knowing that sharks are fish? That seems very normal to me. Hey, Ashley, did you know that sharks are fish? Nope, said Ashley. This is my first time hearing it, too. Must be another made-up Tuan fact about marine biology, said Hannah.
Tuan shrugged his shoulders. I guess so.
The truth is that I'm just really
creative and good at making up so-called facts. The part about me being a nerd who spends all his time studying marine biology must be a lie.
No, I still believe that part, said Hannah. Me too, said Ashley.
The trio stood there for a few moments, wavering between looking out the porthole and looking at each other. The awkwardness hit just a few seconds before Ashley spoke up.
Anyway, I figured this is where you wanted to hang out, so here you go, 2,000 fathoms. Give me a holler if you want to go deeper.
Ashley walked to the ladder and disappeared through the hole in the ceiling. And that's it. Alrighty. Alright. I absolutely love my babies. Amanda's somewhere here. He's probably at the bar. Oh, there's somebody else here. And there's you. Devil's Den. Yo, she's just like straight up wearing like bondage. What is this? Alrighty. So. Let's look around a little bit more. Nothing else out of the ordinary. So, aside from the side story, there's 4 more chapters. Today we finished End of the Line, Walking to the Sky, which was pretty long, and Rainy Moods. And then we're gonna do Devil's Den, which is essentially 4 chapters, which means that next stream we should be able to wrap this up. So we're gonna go Devil's Den. Devil's Den? Yes. Let's go. I hate this job. Kiyoshi was angry. Samantha always found it difficult to see him like this. She felt his anger and his pain, as if it were her own. They shared the hurt, a bond exclusive to them. But anger was also a form of passion, and Samantha considered Kiyoshi's passion one of his most admirable qualities. You know I hate it here too, but I can't walk away from this job. Neither of us can. You know the stress is going to kill us one of these days. Stress won't be the thing that kills us. Don't say that. You're right. I'm sorry. I love you. I love you too. Stay safe. Samantha sat alone, nursing a glass of gin. The terminal had a warm atmosphere, a far cry from the immaculate glitzy pub holic, where she spent just shy of 6 months as a cocktail waitress. In fact, there was almost nothing in this cafe reminiscent of pub holic, which made it a perfect place to brood, with precious few reminders of her previous gig. There were, of course, the smells. She caught lingering scents as she leaned upon the spirit-stained bar, each one with a stain upon her own memory, a scar that would never heal. I'm just gonna grab a robe, I'm cold. Not that she hadn't been left scared of other jobs, but she resented the invisible stains left on her psyche by pubholic, the kind she couldn't hide with concealer and long sleeves. Oof. Still, there were a few pleasant memories buried beneath the pain. Memories of him. You want me to just leave the bottle here? No, I need to feel a tiny bit of shame when I ask for a refill. No shame in it. Well, there ought to be. Because without it, I'd hit the bottom of that bottle pretty fast. You want me to stop you? Otherwise you'll lose that shame soon enough. I'll burn that bridge when I get to it. Samantha liked Maddie. Part of it was the natural kinship she had to feel for anyone whose profession involved pouring a drink. But Samantha also appreciated Maddie's extreme high level of disinterest in what was going on around her. She could tell from Maddie's eyes that she wasn't all there. Her attention was split between her patrons and some problem she was puzzling together in her head. In Samantha's opinion, patrons always got more attention than they deserved, and it seemed that Maddie agreed. They were perfectly content in their own solitude. Samantha, is that you? Ooh. Samantha, I'd like to talk to you. Actually, this concerns the other girls too. Call them over, won't you? Nakamoto made I gotta sneeze. Ugh. That should have bonked me. That should have bonked me, but it didn't. There we go. Nakamoto made a suggestion that if it had just occurred to him, but it was clear. Oh, it did? I just didn't notice that. Well, you got a free one. He didn't intend this to be a private conversation. The other servers were within earshot, close enough to hear Nakamoto's request. But he clearly wanted Samantha to beckon them over. She indulged him with the ritual of clapping her hands and calling out. Clara, Iris, Michelle, business time. As Samantha looked across the table at Nakamoto, she realized that she stood between Nakamoto and the other girls like a protector, a shield. The role fitted her fine, and the other girls seemed grateful for it. But Samantha couldn't help but feel that this was exactly what Nakamoto wanted. Though he was the one man facing 4 women, so it felt to Samantha that their numbers were evenly matched. The women standing behind Samantha were not participants, they were mere bystanders. He evidently derived a lot of satisfaction from the fact he never had to raise his voice. He had his subordinates do that for him. Exemplary work tonight. Mr. Canavan was very impressed. You girls did your job with precision and respect. I would expect nothing less. This deserves a bonus, don't you think? He reached into his breast pocket and pulled out 4 10,000 yen notes. Excuse me, fanning the bills out in an ashtray in front of him. There was only one problem. At the end of the meal, Mr. Canavan suggested that Clara give him a kiss. He got the impression she didn't enjoy it much. Her reaction soured the mood. Perhaps it's not her fault, but we are in the service industry. Our one job is to make clients happy. Samantha locked eyes with Nakamoto, willing him to concentrate his wrath entirely on her and away from the younger, inexperienced girl behind her. Based on that, do you think she should receive this 10,000 yen bonus? Samantha's heart broke for Clara. That she would be complicit in Nakamoto's humiliation of her filled her with guilt, but she kept a steely expression. As much as it bothered her to capitulate, Samantha knew that fighting with Nakamoto would only humiliate Clara further, so she gave the answer he wanted. No, she shouldn't receive the bonus. She knew how Nakamoto's little rituals worked, and she wasn't going to rock the boat. That would only make it worse for all of them. Is that so? Well, Samantha, if that's what you believe. Samantha watched as Nakamoto set the edge of one of the bills alight. The fire rapidly spread until all 4 bills were engulfed. Samantha watched Nakamoto's smiling face through the dancing flames. This was a genuine smile. This was the part he enjoyed. My, what a terrible accident. You see, I only lit Clara's bill, but now everything has been reduced to ash. It's like service, you see. The rest of you provided perfect service for the entirety of the night, but it takes one small mistake to ruin the entire experience for the client. What one of you does reflects on all of you, on this entire organization. This deserves punishment, don't you think? Then punish me. I was in charge of planning the event. Any shortcomings during the event are a reflection of my leadership. I take full responsibility. Samantha steeled herself for the slap she knew was coming. She would not flinch. But the slap never came. It took all of Samantha's willpower to not shudder at his caress. The slap would have hurt less to endure. You're right. You should take responsibility. Punish her. Clara looked at Samantha, eyes wet with unshed tears. Samantha's expression softened, and she tried to convey all the sympathy and compassion as she could as she mouthed the words, I'm sorry. It's okay. Okay. Mr. Nakamoto, I'm surprised to see you here. Shall I, what can I get for you? She knows what I drink. He'll have a Manhattan. Do you have Abbott's? Of course. This is kind of a long shot, but do you have Hibiki? I reckon so, yeah. Let me go check out the back. Thanks, cutie. Charming girl. Nakamoto had a habit of describing people as he wanted them to be, rather than as they were. If he thought calling a server charming were enough to make her want to live up to the description. Charming, but definitely not your type. How would you know? For one thing, she's not subservient enough for your tastes. Unlike you, I'm surprised you remember my name. Oh, Samantha. You wound me. You know I always liked all the girls at the bar. Yes, you liked us all so much you gave us the same pet name. I always figured honey was just a mere affectionate way of saying, hey you. Ha you? Hey oo? As in, hey you over there. Ah, maybe you're right. But you were always my favorite, Samantha. Well, one of my favorites. She wasn't sure if that was meant to be a compliment. Given that Nakamoto seemed to prefer girls too inexperienced to avoid his advances, the implication she might be a favorite struck Samantha as insulting. Ah! You always did like the oblivious ones. Ah, Samantha, you know how the clan is. We wouldn't have hired you if I were a more sophisticated girl? No. Nakamoto seemed to think he was being subtle, but he was never very good at it. Yum. I presume the fact that none of the servers spoke Japanese wasn't an accident. What is the point of denying it now? Of course you understand now that all that was going on. You only paid in cash. Half your men showed tattoos every time they rolled up their sleeves. Of course I knew what was going on. But surely you didn't expect. I always knew it was a possibility. But nobody could have anticipated things happening like they did. It was never my intention. Yum. I tried to do the right thing. My intentions were good. Laughing. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Samantha glanced again at the white van parked across the road from the bar, then turned away to continue serving, barely noticing the man approaching the bar. A moment later, she tensed up and did a double take. There was something about the way the men walked. The men coming to see Nakamoto were always trembling, afraid. He looked too confident for a man about to talk to an infamous crime boss. That, and the white van. It had been sitting there for the past 2 hours, and yet she hadn't seen anyone come out of the van the whole time. She turned toward the door as the man came in, and realized he was suddenly flanked by several men on either side. Is this rope on backwards? Yes, it is. Trying to get the robe on because I'm cold. Their chests were too thick for their stature, the kind of bulk that came from Kevlar undersuit jackets. Nobody moved. Samantha found herself looking at the badge, a handgun and several men holding what seemed like military-grade submachine guns. Taro Nakamura, we have a warrant for your arrest. I am Taro Nakamoto. Please, no need for the big guns, you're frightening them. He gestured to the cocktail waitresses huddled behind the bar. Nakamoto stepped forward. He intended to turn himself in. The men watched in disbelief, but one by one they dropped their guns and held their empty hands up. Except for one. He was standing near the door, his right hand hovering at his hip. Gun! The young gangster who had drawn the gun crumpled as several gunshots rang out from the back of the room, another one of Nakamoto's henchmen. Samantha hit the floor, crawling through the shattered fragments of the drinks she dropped moments ago. The roaring gunfire was so loud it physically hurt her ears. Within seconds, all she could hear was ringing. She kept crawling, trying to avoid the gunfire and stampeding crowd, when she found herself pressed against the side of the bar. Oh, damn. Samantha looked up and made eye contact with Nakamoto, just seconds before the bullets began to tear him apart. He catered to the floor, and Samantha found herself face to face with a corpse. As her consciousness faded, 2 words escaped her lips. Fucking Yakuza. Of course you didn't mean for it to go down the way it did. Nobody gets out of bed in the morning thinking, let's die today. I get up every morning prepared to die. But it is unfair of me to expect everyone around me to do the same. I'm sorry that you had to become involved. I knew what I was getting into. You never coerced me. I made the decision to be there. I made that decision every night I took those envelopes of money home with me. Don't be absurd. It was my fault entirely. There's no denying that. You weren't the one who pulled a gun.
Yes, but my man did, and his actions reflected on me. How can I claim to be the boss if I can't accept that? Regardless of who's to blame, we both ended up here. Yes, I suppose it's the best to enjoy our time here while we still can. Samantha thought to herself that if her goal was to best enjoy her remaining time here, the first thing to do would be to remove herself from Nakamoto's vicinity. Her distaste for the man had far less to do with the day they were discussing than the months leading up to it. In fact, the way Nakamoto had handled the situation was one of the most decent things he'd ever done, insofar as the crime boss's behavior could be considered decent. Samantha had spent enough time pretending she didn't mind working under him in the past that navigating this conversation took little effort. Now there was nothing that made her feel bound to keep talking to the man, no sense of obligation to keep up appearances. There was only one thing keeping her in the seat, listening to Nakamoto, a need for answers. Sorry, didn't find any hibiki back there. I found some Shibuimaro though, so that's what you're getting. What a treat, thank you, Miss Maddie. Thank you, Miss Maddie. I drink these slow, but I hope you'll have another ready for the time I finish this one. You know, I forbade my men to drink our rival's whiskey. For me to drink it myself would be hypocritical. And yet here you are. Nobody's watching you, so I don't think you have to worry about that now. Except for you. Well, I won't tell. And besides, you're the boss. In that case, perhaps there are pleasures which we are only allowed to enjoy in death. It may be my deceased condition that makes it so, but I would be a liar to claim this isn't the best drink I've ever had. Forbidden fruit is always the sweetest. You missed another chapter of the main story, which was where this chick was introduced. And now we're in her side story. It kind of only just recently jumped into it. So we haven't made much traction. Her former boss just walked in and it looks like they're both dead. Which is good, because I was about to make the joke that for a game called Necrobarista, there's not enough dead people in it. Had I tasted this drink years ago, perhaps we could have ended our turf war on more amicable terms. I find it hard to resent men who make such fine whiskey. He started laughing, and Samantha joined him, more cut of practiced reflex and shared mirth. Nakamoto placed his hand on her leg. She didn't flinch, but she looked at him with just the right amount of withering contempt to make him withdraw his hand. You're a very powerful woman. From the lips of the notorious Yakuza boss to the ears of the tittering cocktail waitress. You have an aura about you. Even when you served drinks, you had a dominant energy. Everyone in the room always respected you. I wanted to make you mine. So why didn't you? Because if I had taken you, I would have destroyed the very thing I admired about you. I wanted you to come to me willingly. And you thought I would? If I'm to be honest, yes. You seem like the kind of woman who'd be drawn to men of power. I don't particularly find power that impressive when it's measured in number of dollars laundered. Power, not money. You do crave power, I could always see it in your eyes. And yet somehow I managed to resist your charms. Nakamoto smiled at Samantha, having completely missed the cutting sarcasm of her remark. Besides, I didn't move to the city expecting to find love, especially not among the ranks of a crime syndicate. No, but you found it anyway. You're right. What was his name? You know his name. Yes, but I want to hear you say it. Kiyoshi. Kiyoshi, what's wrong, baby? Don't worry. Your heart is beating so fast, something's bothering you. You know how I am. My heart always starts racing whenever I'm in bed with a beautiful woman. Stop it, what's really happening? I shouldn't tell you. And we shouldn't be together right now. That hasn't stopped us. It's Nakamoto. He has eyes for you. You think I don't know that? Anyone can tell by looking at him. I'm worried that he'll try to take you away from me. I won't let him. I can look out for myself. That's what bothers me. One day Nakamoto will try to take you, and you won't let him. Nakamoto does not take kindly to being snubbed. Let me deal with that. I hate that man. Don't say that. Why shouldn't I? I hate him. Anyone could be listening. If the walls have ears, then let them hear. How can you stand it, serving him every day from under his oppressive thumb? I do it the same way you do, one day at a time. My father told me Nakamoto was a despicable man. I should have listened to him. I feel it deep in my soul, Samantha. If we stay here, bad things will start to happen. We're good at surviving bad things. Not like this. There are still some things you can't survive. There are some things you need to run away from. You know we can't do that. There may be a way. What are you saying? Samantha, before I tell you, I need to know. Will you come with me? What are you planning? Whoa! 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 Where's this going? Sir! Sir! Tell me first, if I do this, we can never come back to the city. Will you come with me? Will you leave them behind? Nakamoto is not the kind of man that we can simply walk away from. He will be when I'm bonk, no horny. Yeah. He will be when I'm done. Samantha, tell me now, will you come with me? I can't. Of course you can. The question is, will you? Kiyoshi. His name was Kiyoshi. You're not like the others. Samantha regarded the young, cocksure man standing before her. One of Nakamoto's men. She knew his name was Kiyoshi. Excuse me. Samantha, of course, had made a point of memorizing the names of all the men who worked under Nakamoto. But she was aware admitting she knew who he was would be taken as a sign of flattery, so she played dumb. I'm sorry, you're one of Nakamoto's men, right? Why do you do that? Do what? Play dumb. You know that I'm one of Nakamoto's men. You know my name. Not everyone knows your name. You're right. In fact, very few people do. I'm not as memorable as some of my peers, but you remember my name regardless. You know everyone else by name. There's not a chance that you don't know who I am. I'm forgetful. Funny, you always seem to remember people's names when it's important. What are you saying? I'm saying that you seem to enjoy privately embarrassing Nakamoto's men, while having a good sense to never publicly humiliate them. I'm not bothered by it, if that's what you're wondering. But you're a lot more clever than you allow others to believe. That makes two of us. She was beginning to think that the soft-spoken Kiyoshi was a lot more attentive than any of Nakamoto's henchmen were, and that made her uneasy. But she knew that he had already gotten whatever he wanted from this conversation. We're not so different, you and I. I disagree. She didn't see the need to list the various ways in which they differed in both station and demeanor. Perhaps you're right. You have the courage to show the men how little you care for them. I lack that courage, but it's clear that you and I both feel the same way about them. Either way, you're not like the others. I was wondering if you'd ever notice. I always did like Kiyoshi. He always bowed when he needed to. He always said the right things, but he showed contempt with every bow, every action. He had a way of insulting you, even as he delivered a compliment, very against what I usually look for in my men. But he had courage, determination, moxie. I can see why a woman like you would be attracted to him. I always worried about him, but I knew that he was destined to do great things. Who knows, perhaps one day he could replace me. Who will replace you? Who can say? Many of my lieutenants were there that day, my right and left hands. In all the time that she had known him, Nakamoto had never been a man to lean. He always stood stiff as a board, his spine so rigid that it seemed he was afraid that it would snap if he allowed it to bend, even in the slightest. That rigid posture, along with his platform heels, allowed Nakamoto to pass for several inches taller than he really was. Samantha had suspected it was his attempt to make himself seem more physically imposing, but to her it always had the opposite effect, making him appear comically uncomfortable in his own body. Then again, Nakamoto was never a man who had coveted luxury for himself, so perhaps his self-inflicted discomfort was in character, and that made his physical relaxation so unsettling. This was a side of Nakamoto she had never seen, but perhaps this side would be willing to talk. How many people do you suppose died in that pub? Perhaps the better question would be who managed to survive. Perhaps they are just like us, waiting to walk through that door. Perhaps that would be a better fate for them. Any who survived will surely be arrested. After all, if I had been arrested, I would not be here enjoying this very fine whiskey. Maybe they escaped. I doubt that very much. Yakuza do many things. Running is not one of them. Besides, have you seen Kojiri? That man is too fat to outrun anyone. Samantha, you don't have to keep pretending. I know that you don't like me. My men always told me that it was just your Western manner of flirting, that you were teasing, playing at being hard to get. But I know contempt when I see it. You think I hold you in contempt? No, I was speaking of the men who offered me false flattery. You don't like me. Ah, but who can blame you? It is the nature of hierarchy. Hatred for the organization is always directed upward. It is a healthy and natural thing, is it not? Better to resent the people above you than to resent the people working for you, working next to you. It is, in a way, a powerful tool for bonding. It is something that you all went through together, and that made you closer, did it not? I never really became close friends with any of the other girls. No, I thought not, but I wasn't talking about them. You know who I'm talking about. Nakamoto was part of a dying generation. I'm pretty sure that's how all generations work. They have to die sometime. They make room for new generations. This generation of Yakuza will not die out. It will be chased out. It is a slow-moving organization. Everything about it, from the inside out, is based on an old way of doing things that is rapidly becoming not only outdated, but painful to look at. The premise of a clan is founded on the expectation that all of its members will be members for life, bound to each other and the organization. Death is the only solution. Kiyoshi, you don't mean to. This whole organization needs to die, though it will take 10 years of my life along with it. It has given me something that I hate, and yet I can't bring myself to give it up. In a way, it has become part of me. You are not your job. Nakamoto would disagree, so would my parents, including my uncle who is a police. Who's in the police, you mean? Things are different for you, but where I'm from, this is true of any sort of institution or organization. The first 10 or 20 years that you spend in the organization are not truly spent doing anything of substance. The purpose of your first decades is training you to become a member of the clan. Sounds like an extensive training program. I didn't realize that Yakuza valued training and education so highly. It's not a training program as you might imagine it. Most of it is being subjected to artificial hardships to demonstrate that you are trustworthy and loyal to the clan. Many of these hardships are designed to be humiliating or otherwise damaging. This is not an overlooked flaw of the initiation process. It is intentionally that way by design. Like hazing. Hazing? It's a practice for intimidating people into social groups. It's not just a Yakuza thing, I assure you. You do this in your home country? We hazed several times in college. Sororities, other honor societies, that kind of thing. Organizations addicted to the old ways of doing things. I suppose so. Hazing is a torch passed on from one generation to the next. And I suppose the upside is that you get a bunch of loyal foot soldiers. No, the upside is that you get a large number of people who only perpetuate the institution, complete with all its flaws. You need to find a way to clear the ranks, burn it all to the ground, start from scratch. Better yet, burn it all to the ground and leave it smoldering. I wish I could, and yet there is something deep in me that would hate to see it so. I know how much you hate Nakamoto. But you see, I don't. Even if I want to hate him, I cannot. The kind of loyalty that is built up over many years, it does not go away simply because you wish it to. That is the insidious thing about this organization. It changes you, even as you realize what it is doing to you, even as you hate it. For me to say that I hate Nakamoto would be the same thing as saying that I hate what I've become, and that is not something I say easily, even though it may be true. You are not like Nakamoto. I wish what you say was true. You're right. Kiyoshi hated you. Did he tell you that? Texture is flipping out. Samantha didn't bother to answer Nakamoto's question. She hated rhetorical questions with a passion. Several moments of silence later, she noticed Nakamoto fidgeting. Nakamoto was a man who carried himself with an undue amount of pomp. and it was not easy to make a man that straight-laced fidget. She took an amount of pleasure from his visible discomfort. The thought occurred to her that the way she tried to get a certain reaction from Nakamoto was not so different from his habit of dominating conversations. But she justified this to herself easily. The worst thing about Nakamoto was that he was a poor steward of power. He diminished the power of others because he enjoyed taking it for himself, and he correctly perceived it as being zero-sum. Samantha didn't crave power, but she very much enjoyed seeing Nakamoto being brought down a few notches, even if only for a moment. Of course, he told you all the ways he despised me and my old ways. That is how every passionate relationship begins, is it not? The strongest bonds are built not out of mutual respect, but out of a shared hatred for something or someone. Of course he would pick me as the object of ire to win you over. Kiyoshi was a very shrewd man. He always had a talent for getting exactly what he wanted. You don't know the first thing about what kind of man Kiyoshi was. He's far more dangerous than he looks. I don't carry a gun. Too dangerous. Not when you know how to use one. I don't mean dangerous to safety, dangerous to get caught with. Guaranteed jail time on conviction. And yet somehow all your friends seem to deal with it. Colleagues, not friends. So how come they bear the risk of getting caught with a firearm and you don't? I need to stay clean. The clan has many properties in my name. If I were caught carrying a firearm, it would defeat the purpose. I didn't realize that you had an ownership stake in the clan. Technically I do, but do you think I actually see any of the money that passes through my establishments? They use my name, but I have no power. And if you ever try to leave? Yes. I understand why things are so complicated. Even if I leave, I still carry the taint of association. There's no avoiding it. Why you? Why you? Why not do it under someone else's name? I may have lied to you before. I told you, I don't carry a gun because there are many properties under my name. They needed someone who looked squeaky clean. Squeaky clean? Someone with a spotless record, perfect, free of imperfections. That's me, Mr. Spotless. Though I don't think that anyone in the clan would describe me that way. I'm actually very far from perfect. I am just the man that they needed. I think you're what I need too. What does that mean? That means you're gonna kiss? You may not be perfect, but you're what I'm looking for right now. You don't want to be tied up with me. I can't endure these circumstances. How could I expect you to do the same? You need to escape. It's too late for me, but not for you. It's not too late. I have nowhere to turn to. I have been thinking of going to the police. Kiyoshi looked at her with pained eyes, unable to say something more. Finally, Samantha spoke up. Are you going to? No deal. They would not be able to make a deal without me agreeing to testify against him, and that is something I cannot do without fearing. Not without fearing for my own life. No matter where Nakamoto is, he will find me. Even dead, his ghost would haunt me. My only option is to disappear. My own crimes are far too great for me to be forgiven, even if I do betray Nakamoto. And besides, I cannot trust the police. If there is even one corrupt officer who allows my name to escape, Nakamoto has one principle and one principle alone. Dead man can't talk. There are always more options. You're right. I could inform the police anonymously. Send them to where they can confront one of Nakamoto's deals directly. I know where he's having one of his business meetings, but it won't be pretty. You're the only person I can tell this to. Because when the police finally catch up with him, many people will die. And I don't want you anywhere near there when it happens. Can you promise me this? Oh, it's probably him. Kiyoshi, I need to tell you something. You can't go to the police. Tell me why I shouldn't. You'll ruin everything. This life is already ruined. The best I can hope for now is a chance of atonement. This may not make things better, but I cannot think of how they would become any worse with me continue to serve under that. Please, Kiyoshi. I have a plan to subvert Nakamoto. All the more reason for me to go to the police. I can't allow you to be the one to run into harm's way. I I understand. You don't understand. This will work. I think you're the first to think about taking... You think you're the first one to think about taking Nakamoto down? People much stronger than you, people more well-connected than you have tried it before. How can you possibly succeed where they have failed? Okay. Here we go. Kiyoshi, you were right. I'm not like the others. There's something very different about me. Tell me. Well, if you believe that you know Kiyoshi better than I do, you're welcome to think it. Though I don't see how that could possibly be the case. Honestly, I think Tristan would be really good at voicing this guy. I spent more than a decade with the man. He was never just a servant to me. Not even close. The boss must hold the respect of his men. It is a powerful bond. Nakamoto sounded frustrated, but his voice grew increasingly soft. Do you believe that your months-long fling with him really meant more than that? Do you really have the ability to look into a man's eyes, to peer into his soul and sense his true desires and motives? You are truly a fool if you believe this. His arms clipping through his body. Samantha found herself taken aback by Nakamoto's aggressive speech. She thought for a moment that perhaps Nakamoto was right, that she didn't have the soul read on him. But as the moment passed, she came to an infuriating realization. Nakamoto pitied her. Do not underestimate me. She felt the words leaving her lips. She found herself instantly regretting it. There was no faster way to lose respect than to demand it like a petulant child. She appeared weak and desperate, traits she saw mirrored in the man sitting across from her. Nakamoto wanted only to toy with her. She needed a punch to throw him off guard, something unexpected. She needed to tell the truth. I hate you. It does not surprise me to hear that you feel that way. It does, however, surprise me to hear you say it out loud. I don't think you understand the extent of it. I detest you, not for what you did to me, but what you did to everyone who worked under me. If you hate me so much, why don't you just kill me? You're already dead. You never understood, but I did. Every single word you spoke in every single one of your business meetings. I wasn't the dumb little American girl you thought I was. Part of me always thought that a girl like you seemed too sophisticated to be a simple drink server. So who are you reporting to? Police? Give yourself more credit. It's not just the cops who've got their eyes on you. And give me some more credit. I am no mere informant. So what are you? CIA. Part of a 2-year investigation. So you were out to get me from the start, were you? Are you happy that you finally brought me down? Happy that you put me in a body bag? It was a job. I did my duty. I'm sure that as a career criminal you can relate. You don't always get to do the thing you want to do. Sometimes you do the thing that has to be done. So everything all went according to your plan. Not all according to plan. The part where bullets started flying and I ended up here, that definitely wasn't part of the plan. I expected that you'd try to try to end things peacefully. Well, I guess things went wrong for the both of us. And here we are, doomed to enjoy the same fate. Ha 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 ha. Well, since you've been so generous in sharing your secret with me, I suppose I should respond in kind. Samantha. I'm not Nakamoto. Samantha sat stunned. She had on occasion considered the possibility that Nakamoto might merely be a figurehead, that he might just be a middle manager in a larger organization. But all of the important meetings had always taken place at Pubholic. She hadn't been party to every discussion or meeting, but she knew it was the place where decisions were made. If the man sitting in front of her wasn't the true boss, then it must have been someone else in that room. I'm his henchman. I exist solely for one purpose. For the day that someone tries to kill Nakamoto or worse, they will get me instead. I assure you that the real boss is safe and sound by now. He's probably on a boat out of the country as we speak. She knew that the real ringleader must have been one of the men who sat in the meetings at Pubholic. Every face she had recognized had been there from the day of the CIA crackdown. I'm starting to suspect this too, Maverick. I'm starting to suspect Kiyoshi is the actual head. It's really weird. It had been scheduled during a meeting. Even if Nakamoto wasn't the true ringleader, The ringleader by now had been arrested, if not one of the men shot to death. All of your men were there when the police showed up. None could have escaped arrest, or worse. There was one who was absent. Nakamoto? Sorry, I guess I shouldn't call you that. Do you have a real name? I suppose there's no harm in discussing it now. My name is Kiyoshi. Yes, I stepped into Nakamoto's shoes, and in turn, he stepped into mine. A simple switcheroo. How embarrassing for you. So that means the real Nakamoto. For me to say that I hate Nakamoto would be the same as saying that I hate what I've become. The real Nakamoto. Yes, your lover boy was really the big villain you hoped to take down. Samantha reeled. Physical fatigue, anxiety, panic, those were things she had learned to stave off long ago. Nakamoto wasn't sharp enough to realize just how rare it was for Samantha to find herself dizzied like this, but he did know that he had gotten a reaction out of her. You know, you're probably dead right now because of him. I bet that kid in the bar pulled the gun because the real Nakamoto told him to. You may be right. Perhaps he left me to die. But then, that is my job, as a decoy, to be ready to die when the boss requires it. In fact, he warned me it might be happening. I spoke with him before. He told me you gave him immunity, Mr. Big Bad. Never to see trial. That's not how it works. He can still be charged. But who will charge him? Why would they charge a small fry like Kiyoshi? As far as everyone is concerned, the big bad boss is now dead. Most of the potential witnesses too, I imagine. One of Nakamoto's greatest strengths was his ability to perpetuate a veneer of stoicism. He was always the sort of man that expressed his power subtly, never flexing, always taking pride and never raising his voice. But in this moment, he was reveling. He had nothing to gain and nothing to hide, and he was clearly enjoying watching Samantha squirm. She saw no reason to continue obliging him. Samantha didn't bother to look behind her to see if he was following. He desperately wanted to continue enjoying his victory, and Samantha wasn't turning around to give it to him. Samantha? By calling out to her, it was practically an admission of defeat on his part. He needed her to see that he was victorious in order to enjoy the moment. A small petty man obsessed with status, so obsessed that in the pursuit of it, he had given up the only remaining standing he had left. And so Samantha couldn't resist succumbing to the same temptation. You have lost everything. The one you thought you could trust betrayed you, and no one will be around to avenge the betrayal. No one outside this police will ever know of it. I know of at least one person who will. Oh? Kiyoshi. Did I ever say I was dead? Yeah. She didn't die. Thanks for the tip about Nakamoto. I'm sure he'll never believe how I found out about his identity. What was it he said to me? The dead can't talk? Maybe he needs to rethink that. She started to turn around, but the one thing that stopped her was the look in his eye. The look of someone who was finally unhinged and realized that he truly had nothing left to lose, not even his own dignity. It was the look of a man who was ready to fight. Samantha had spent 6 months working under the man she knew was Nakamoto, observing him as he did business with myriad parties. That's the thing. She fell to the ground, but there was no mention of her getting hit by the bullet. She hit the ground. And maybe she was shot, but she didn't seem to die. I don't know. Or she's fucking pulling, or she's getting one final pull at his leg. There's a lot of mental gymnastics here. Before she thought she knew what it meant to see him angry in the moments when he flexed his power over his underlings, she thought she knew what a wrathful Nakamoto looked like. She realized now that the anger she'd seen from him previously was simply cold, calculated malice. This was rage. He came at her with a flailing, amateurish punch. His arms were longer than hers, but she trained for this. Samantha drove her fist into his chest. Against a being of flesh and blood, this would be an instant knockout. But Nakamoto didn't even register the hit. Samantha watched as he lunged downward, his hands reaching towards her throat, waiting for the last possible moment to kick him away. Samantha heard an unpleasant crunch as his hand bore the weight of his fall. A crunch, but no howl of pain. He was already up, his hand quickly erasing any sign that had sustained the fall. You. It was the only inertia of her kick that had forced him back, and once he regained his footing, he came at her again. Samantha couldn't stop Nakamoto in hand-to-hand combat. The cafe's enchantment kept its customers' bodies intact as best as it could. But, as with everything that stood in Samantha's way, she found a workaround. A gun! She drew her piece, a Pieta revolver with a wooden grip. Her gun's brass construction recalled an era when steel was scarce and superstition and fear of ghosts was anything but. There was no coincidence then that the black powder weaponry of the 19th century was perfectly built for causing real tangible harm to wayward spirits. She let out a yell and pushed the weapon into his chest, unloading the shot. By the time the .44 round passed through him, his body was already stitching itself back together, but the black powder from the gun's discharge remained inside him. He howled in pain as his body tried to reconstitute itself around his fatal chest wound. His flesh was in a constant war of trying to wrap itself to cover the hole and flinching away from the sulfur powder that was beginning to seep deeper and deeper into his body. How? Nakamoto. Not Kiyoshi. No. Kiyoshi. Do you think we met here by accident? Did you think I hadn't come prepared? He tumbled to the ground and rolled over on his side, trying to get up on his one good leg. You styled yourself a prince of thieves. He fell to the ground, raised his one good arm, and reached out to her like an animated corpse trying to take the living with him. But now you'll die like a dog. Goodbye, Kiyoshi. All according to Cake. Go to hell. Yeah. I'm done. You need any materials extracted? Just my 44. I'm taking a commercial flight out. Why can't you just use standard equipment like the rest of us? Tell me which part of my job description includes the word standard. Abnormal jobs call for abnormal equipment. Life would be easier if you didn't have a specific taste in guns. Believe me, nothing about this is about my taste in guns. This thing is a brute of a weapon, poor construction, nearly impossible to grip, and a recoil shield that's not worth a damn. It's the only gun that makes you feel like your hands are somehow too big and too small at the same time. It bucks like a motherfucker. It's single action that you have to flip the hammer with every shot, and it was on the wrong side of one of the bloodiest wars in world history. I hate this gun. So, why use it? It carries the stink of slave owners and sulfur with it everywhere it goes. I hate it. Spirals hate it. Spirals hate it even more. Spirits? Oh. Okay. I'm trying to get the Okay, I hate this gun, so why use it? It carries a sink of, yeah. Spirits hate it even more. Like oil and water? More like a fatal allergic reaction. If you ever need to bring a walker to its knees, bring a black powder revolver. I think I'll leave that to you. I have some important information about the informant. Yoshi? Yes, but that's not his real name. I would have figured. Do you know where he is? Did someone get to him? What? He somehow vanished off our radar this morning. I was worried someone had taken him out. He disappeared? Yes, did Nakamoto's tell you anything about that? Hello? No, everything went exactly as planned. Just needed to get rid of some dead wood. No, I'm working on something new. Rebuilding. Is that it, or? Alright, that's it. Okay. I think this is gonna... Yeah. Okay. Well then. That was a side story. Not as good as my babies here. Not as good as Walking to the Sky, I'm sorry. Walking to the Sky was fucking amazing. Interesting, though. Definitely an interesting one. It makes me wonder because they're not connected to the main story, but it gives you a little bit of a gist of them. So I'm thinking something's going to be happening in the last 4 chapters of this that's going to tie everything together. The side stories are just there to give you more context. It's very interesting. So I wonder how it's all gonna pan out, but we're gonna worry about that next week. Next week we will, before Zelda, we will finish off Necrobarista. Until then, I hope you guys all had fun. Well, as much fun as you can. This is essentially a visual novel. This isn't a game. But I hope you all enjoyed. I hope to see you guys. Wednesday we might be having Avatar. I'm not really sure about... I don't know. I know Saturday we're gonna keep going with Persona. Probably not a stream Friday. I've been having a good time having chill Fridays. Monday and Saturdays have really been good. So Squeaky, don't raid Din, as Din is... Oh, Din is streaming? Oh, okay. Don't raid her? Okay. Alright. What should I... Who should I raid anybody then? I didn't know that Din was streaming. Okay. Okay. I don't know what to do then. I've got nobody else here to really raid. So I think I'm just gonna end things then. I will see everybody later. Maybe in the gaming chats or things like that. But I hope to see you all again next time. Brah brah!